Hello, and welcome back to Bard College. Last week we reconvened in Crystal Spear. Tilly took Andraste away to convene with the council in Crystal Spear and to assist with Silas and Freddie's research. That left Red and the rest of the party in Crystal Spear, where they had somewhat of a chilly night. It was misty with a chance of skeletons. And you encountered this like sweeping mist that seemed to descend around the kind of mountain of Crystal Spear, and this kind of semi-corporeal, semi-sentient red mist seemed to, plague the nighttime. You encountered another combatant in the mist in the form of Marius, someone with quite a checkered history with Red. He paid for the damages for fireballing you and the half-full flask, where you then decided to take a long rest. Before we start, I would like Lucy and Kirsty to roll me a d6.
You're muted, Kirsty, by the way.
I would like Giselle and Mia to reduce their strength scores by 3 and 6, respectively.
God.
Did you check that I definitely failed this con save?
Mm-hmm.
Don't see where I did it.
Oh no.
How does one reduce their strength?
Yeah, how do you do it?
You can just manually edit the stats in the sheet, I think, or you can go back into the character edit and just manually change your stat, perhaps.
Character edit under ability scores, there's an option for each one to override at the bottom. Manual override.
Just don't think I'll do it.
That's how I reduce Jacob's, because
So you can just do it straight off your sheet if you click on strength, and then you can put a modifier on there.
Okay.
There's an override score in there as well.
There's about 5 ways to do it.
Wait.
override score at the
I
bottom.
see.
Yeah. You could either
So
put
I want a -6.
-6 in the modifier, yeah.
-2.
Jesus,
So glad I rolled a 1 on my.
what does that bring your strength to?
A -3.
What's your strength score now, Kirsty?
4.
Okay.
When did I fail it?
I wrote it in my notes, so I wouldn't have written it if you didn't. So hold on.
I'm just going to assume I did. I don't know when I did it. How I did it.
Was this like against
Those grapply things.
This happened last session, right?
No, it was the vampire dude, I think.
The Nosferatu. Or
He
whatever.
reduced mine by 1. I had to make the same thing.
Didn't happen to me. Weird.
Just to check, I've gone into my strength. I put other modifier -3 and then just clicked, right?
No. You've changed the modifier rather than changing the score. So
I'll take that back.
Your
Is that
score
what?
detects what your modifier changes what your modifier is. So If your strength score was 4, then your modifier is -3, just as an example. If your strength score is 1, it's -5. Between 2 and 3, it's -4.
Okay. It might be misleading. The thing in the D&D Beyond, underneath strength, where it says other modifier,
Mhm.
that doesn't
That's not
Yeah,
it.
it's a modifier to the
It's
strength
not- it's
score,
modifier
not
to the
a
strength
modifier to
score. It's not a
modifier.
mod-
It's confusing. Yeah.
Exactly.
Can you just tell us what to do?
Are
So
you,
where it
you
says
were you on
other
10 before
modifier-
and now you're on 4?
Yeah.
So that's right. And then Giselle, what was your strength score originally?
I think I'm back. I think I'm 9 with the -1.
So it was 9, and so it's now, what did you have to take off? 3? Is it now
3.
6?
Oh no, I've just taken it all back to what it was. So if I override score and just put 6
6.
in.
That'll do it as well, yeah.
Obviously, remember what your original score was. But yeah, for now, both of you would wake up feeling incredibly weak. But yeah, you wake up in the half-full flask. What do you want to do?
Well, Marius would have, I think, woken up pretty early, and he'd be downstairs, just sat at one of the tables, waiting for the rest of them to come down, preparing spells, reading a book.
Giselle doesn't get up because she's too tired. We'll go with that. I feel like that's what happened. She's sleeping until somebody wakes her, I guess.
Marius, you wake up because you feel like you've had enough sleep, but to you, it's still nighttime. Well, and to everybody.
Sorry, what do you mean? The discrepancy in what I think the time should be?
There is no... So you've had enough rest, but it's still dark outside.
But I feel like it should be morning.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is there anyone else down there, like the halfling owner?
Yeah, everyone's kind of freaked out, kind of wandering around, checking out the curtains. There's a lot of kind of consternation, and over the course of an hour or two, the bemusement turns into fear.
All right. So as I was just reading, because with dark vision probably didn't notice it at first, and closed down the book, seeing the commotion, I'll... Hey, what's going on? To just like the owner, maybe.
Well, first, the attacks outside, the unseasonable cold, and now darkness. This is not good. This must be a message from the gods. A curse, their displeasure. What do we do?
Have your roosters made a sound this morning? Are we sure we're just not too early? I don't normally wake up at this time.
No, I've slept for a long time, and I have a. And he kind of goes under his goes through the drawers under the bar, and he brings up just like it's like a really basic clock with a ticking pendulum and just one hand that seems to count the hours.
Ooh, that's a nice piece.
It's definitely morning.
Could you let me go outside and have a look? Could you check with your guests and I think wake them all up?
Yes, I'm sorry. Where's my manners? I'll check that everybody's okay. Thank you. And he just kind of like puts his clock back under the desk and darts around the bar. You see a couple of other customers kind of like clutching each other, and he kind of makes his way around the bedrooms.
In that time, I will walk outside and I will walk up the wall to the roof and see what I can see. What's causing this darkness? Is it just lack of sun, or is it clouds, or something else?
Make a nature check.
Oh. It's a good
Seems as
start to
though
the session.
your exploits last night seem to have left you a little bit worse for wear, and you feel sore. You look around, and you can't seem to see the sun in the sky. It's as if it's like an overcast night still. It feels warm to you.
Okay. So
and
more like something's blocking the sun rather than removed it completely.
you have no idea with that roll.
With that roll, I'm going into wild conjecture and speculation on the roof.
Yeah. You with a nat one as well. You hear a scream as a few people notice you. Spider walking up the side, and
I pretend to clean the chimney.
One of them, one person runs away, calling for the guards.
Okay, I'll this is fun. I'll walk down on the other side of the building and sling and get back through the same broken window.
Okay, make a stealth check for me.
Okay, it's got to be a better roll now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Better.
Okay. Inside the half-full flask, Harim, the halfling, rattles on Mia and Red's room. Or were you all staying in the same room last night after the fight? I can't recall.
I don't think we said.
We didn't specify at the end of the session.
Well, then I'll just leave it as it is on the map, on my map. Mia and Red.
I'll wake up and answer the door. But I guess, is Mia still asleep, or?
Maybe, or kind of like awake, but just sort of feeling very weak. Shit, like she's ill.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, I'm sorry to disturb you. Despite the relative darkness, it's morning. Is everybody okay?
No.
What do you mean it's morning? It's the middle of the night. Look out the window.
No, we're quite sure it's morning. The people of Crystal Spear have begun to awake, and it's time for business. But what worries me is what terrible, dark business Crystal Spear has in store for us. Please, are there any godly people amongst you?
Yeah.
Whichever deity you pray to, I pray that you seek their assurances. Find us an answer. I must go check on my other customers. I'm sorry to disturb you. Oh, and he runs down the corridor.
I feel awful. Do you feel awful?
I feel well rested. Are you okay? And Does she seem to have any wounds visible, or
You can make a medicine check.
medicine? 14.
Seems to be a scratch on that goes from underneath Mir's jaw down to across her collarbone, and you wouldn't be able to see anything else. But yeah, there's like a just it looks like a serious wound with a 14.
Then I'll cast Detect Magic and see if that shows anything on it.
Detect Magic doesn't seem to assist you in this endeavor. It's not as though you're confident that she hasn't had a spell cast on her per se, but that's as much as Detect Magic would be able to tell you.
Are you okay to get up? Can you meet with the others?
Try. Am I able to like get up and bring my legs out of bed and things?
Sorry, remind me of your strength score now.
4.
You are not immobile, but you would struggle to put on your armor and wear it without any movement penalty, i.e. it's carrying your equipment, wearing your armor, virtually impossible with a strength score of 4.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't feel good.
Well, let's just try and get you something to eat first.
Okay.
I'll spend 1 dice of healing light. It's just a d6.
Which restores 6 hit points, does it?
Yeah, it doesn't have any additional effect, but just
Then it would feel nice, Mia, but it wouldn't have a material effect on the way you feel, because you would still benefit from a long rest.
Yeah. Okay. I think I would very slowly go about crushing some diamond into diamond dust and casting greater restoration on myself.
Okay. Is the casting time 1 action?
Yes.
Okay. With the way you feel at the minute, it's going to take you a little bit longer than normal, up to about 10 minutes.
Jesus. Okay.
While you're doing that, hello.
Yes.
Hello, it's Harim. Sorry to disturb you. Despite what you might think, looking out the window, what's left of it anyway, it is actually morning.
The sun's not come up?
Whether it's a unusual weather event or the end of days, we don't know. But if you are a godly person, I implore you to pray to them. I can prepare you any. I'm sorry. Is everybody okay in there?
I'm fine, thanks. I'll be down presently. I'll pray to unbelief for a storm to blow this away.
Ah, yes. Can always count on the bitch queen. What about your companion? Are they okay?
You okay there?
I'm snoring.
She's in a bit more of a deep sleep. I'll wake her and we'll be down soon. Thank you for waking.
It's quite all right. I just want to confirm that if you do stay here for another 24 hours, even though the sun hasn't come up, it will still count as an extra night. It's only just occurred to me.
We paid for 2.
Yes. Yes.
I didn't say that. I'm asleep.
Of course, that's fine.
Okay. Thank you for being so understanding. And he runs down the corridor and attends to the rest of his guests.
His charging period is out of whack.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
I'll go over to Giselle and shake her. Giselle, up time.
No. Sleep.
I have a water skin and I'm not afraid to use it.
She rolls over.
And she gets a water skin on her face.
I don't know.
It's morning. The sun hasn't come up. Something weird has happened.
Oh, Jacob, I can't get up.
Do you not get any sleep? You look like shit.
I need more sleep.
Well, I think it's more than rest you need. Come on, let me carry you to Mir. Let me get you to Mir. She might be able to help you.
As you carry the lame Giselle into Mia and Red's room, Mia, could you describe how your Greater Restoration spell would look? You're muted currently.
Sorry. I think it would sort of look almost like the inhalation of the diamond dust. So she'd have this like quantity of it and she'd bless it, maybe making it like tinge a bit like pinky purple. And then she'd kind of hold it to here. So I think that's how she casts it on other people too. It's kind of like having this like magical diamond dust and then breathing it in.
Huffing on the magic powder. Yeah. Well, then that's what you would see, Giselle and Jacob, as you enter Mia and Red's room. As Mia kind of cups her hands to her face, you can see that like that usual pink magical reflection in her eyes. It's almost like she grows in stature before your eyes, like her shoulders broaden and her like leg muscles almost tense up, and you feel like your bones cracking, Mia, as your vitality returns to you and you can restore your strength score.
Okay.
You all right there, Mia?
Yeah, I woke up. I felt ill. And I have this scratch. But I feel better.
You got one more in you for that one?
What happened?
I tried to wake her up. She wouldn't get up. Says she's very weak. I emptied a water pot on her head and she still wouldn't wake up.
Good, very helpful, Jacob. Okay, I'll like sit her down and put my arm around her and take another 100 grams of this magical dust and just hold it to her and tell her to breathe just deeply.
You're casting Greater Restoration again.
Yeah.
Okay. Make sure you deduct all the components. But before your eyes, Giselle, the same thing would happen. Your muscles would kind of like ripple over your bones. It's almost like your limbs would extend slightly and your jaw would feel stronger and your whole front of your body would feel tense for a moment, and then your strength is returned to you.
Where does Giselle have a mark?
Where would you say? Where were you scratched by those seeping death skeletons on the stairs of the inn last
I
night?
would say it's an arm, I think.
Yeah. You clutch your arm instinctively and you can see that the wound, though there is still a mark there, it no longer looks dark and rotting. And Mia, you would see the same thing. There's still a mark, but it doesn't look as bad as it did when Red inspected it.
Okay.
What? Thank you, Mia. I feel better. Thanks.
Good.
Sure, I've got another water skin.
You stay away. Never bunking with him. Ever. Again. Ever. Not helpful. Well,
Hello,
kind of
very
helpful. Well, okay, half helpful. Half helpful.
I carried you through. I could have left you.
You dunked me in water.
The
Anyway,
innkeeper asked us to pray. Is that what he said this morning at the door, just earlier?
Yeah. Pray to whatever deity that we can remove whatever's covering the skies. I sense it's, well, from what I remember of my time as a creature of the night, I sense it's more her doing than any godly doing. She can walk openly during the day without fear of the sun if the sun is covered. I burnt up. I almost died just by standing out in it.
I need to commune with Mistra anyway to ask her about soon and Andraste. I could ask could ask her if she knows what's going on.
Might work. I was thinking of maybe praying to unbelief for a storm to blow this away. I'm not as religious as you, but it might work.
Can I knock on the door at this time? Is that okay?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Can I speak with you, please? It's Marius from last night.
Oh. Yeah, the loose cannon. Come in.
Good morning. Well, doesn't really look like it, does it?
good day.
No, it's a very odd day today.
There's definitely something going on. Red, we haven't had too much time to catch up yesterday, but what are you guys what are you doing? What are your plans? Right now, I'm assuming trying to figure out why it is still dark outside.
Right now, that's it. We originally came here to talk to you, as a matter of fact.
I had an idea about that myself. You were with her being a vampire up on the top. This seems like perfect weather for them. Think she could be doing this?
Well, they surely don't like the sunlight. That's for sure. Whether
Yeah.
this is magic, I tried to take a closer look at it from the roof, but I got spotted and not. It just felt like there was the warmth still coming from above, but no sunlight. Just it definitely doesn't seem natural.
Mhm.
obviously. So what did you want to speak to me about?
Well, exactly that about Lucretia. Far be it from me to gossip about your historical romantic entanglements, but Mia particularly has a vested interest in what Lucretia is up to at the moment, and well, you're the only person I know that's met her previously, apart from these lot.
Hmm.
Romantic moments.
Let's think of the distant past, but I did hear she's getting married. So what do you have business with her? Is that what it is, or?
Jacob would pull a piece of wood out of his bag. Yeah, you could say that.
No, you okay. Well, that's mighty brave of you, isn't it?
We killed her previous husband.
Did I know, Dan? Did I know Baron was dead, or that's news to me?
It's news to you.
That's interesting. You must be quite capable.
Yeah.
Look, apologies if it seemed a bit brash yesterday, but you were all getting swamped, and that was kind of the only thing I could think in the moment to change the situation on the ground, if you will. I tried to shield you from that heat as much as I could, but well, I'm glad it worked out in the end. But I don't know what they were doing there or why they came here.
What were those things?
I don't know. I'm not. What could I? Is there any checks we could do, or just gonna be?
You'd have to go and do some investigation, I think.
Gotcha. But I could probably sense that the thing that was after me was vampiric in nature or adjacent.
Certainly seem to move quickly. Seem to have the power to manipulate shadow, and looked gaunt, pointed ears, fangs.
Still fangs, yeah.
And I know that they were undead because I turned them away.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't the vamp dude also he tried to bite Jacob? I think he did bite Lucy as well. Giselle.
Well,
So,
I did not like it. That's not the kind of thing that induces a peaceful being in a city. A situation which I need in order to do my investigation. This certainly puts a distraction. I want to find out what they were doing there. And
Is that the first time you'd seen of it last night?
yeah, I mean, in the last few months that you went under somewhere, which I haven't heard anything from you. I was just moving around, asking people and trying, but it's as if the Grave Assembly just vanish off the face of the earth. No clues, no peeps. I was keeping this.
Would you like Lucas to make a retrospective investigation check?
I would love to.
We'll see how far. 20. With a 20, you noticed some religious disquiet between certain factions. You weren't able, though, to make concrete findings because the faction that you'd heard most rumors about were the congregation at the House of the Ascension, where you have not been welcome in some time.
House of the Ascension, that's right, yeah. Yeah, so no, this is the first time I have encountered these type of beings. It's a new thing, and clearly with her being in the city now, don't know how long ago she got here, but it's no. I'm sure it can't be a coincidence that this happened in front of where you were staying, right? You said you had dealings with her before, and I can tell you a few things about Lucretia, but one thing is that she does not forget. She does not forget.
Why should we trust you?
Oh, I guess you don't know me.
No.
I have dealings with Red before. We solved a few problems together. My vested interests, and she can confirm if she wishes to, are with a organization called the Grave Assembly, which you might have heard about before. There are people in there that I need to speak with. But I mean, as far as Lucretia, you can ask me. You can ask me what you want. I can tell you that her being here is, well, it's suspicious. I mean, yes, the wedding and everything, but she never does anything without a reason. She always has a reason, and she knows things. She's very extremely powerful. And my investigation's currently dead-ended, so I would love to have a word with her to see if she knows something about the things that I need to know. But I have no ill will against you, and definitely had corresponding goals with Red in the past.
I'll look at Red.
True.
You
Do you
trust
think-
him?
Oh, I didn't say I
Sorry.
trusted him,
No, fine.
but we allied for a time. We
this could
have an
be
entangled
another...
history together, I guess you could say.
Isn't that always the case where common goals put you in the weirdest company? Well, this could be one of those occasions. It kind of also depends on what do you actually want with Lucretia. Why are you interested in the wedding or stopping it, I guess? I don't know.
Can I make an insight check against Marius? I
Yeah.
need to.
Marius, depending on whether you're being forthright or lying by omission, I'd like you to make a persuasion or deception check, but whisper it to me.
Mm-hmm.
Kirsty, you can make an insight check.
What the heck was the whisper? Was it G GR? Was that what it was?
I think /W, and then you select get a Dungeon Master, I think. We'll just start with D. Or you can just message it me on Discord, I don't mind.
God, wait, hold on a second. I think I can just...
You could just click the GM button in the dice roll thing and then tell Dan what your modifier would be.
Yeah, Yeah, that's right. That's the easiest way. Thank you, Christy. Okay. So my modifier here is plus 7. And I think I will whisper you.
You don't need to. I mean, you can,
Okay.
what,
All right. We can just leave it. Yeah.
You struggle even with your suspicions to place Marius's true intentions.
What? I rolled so good.
Mm-hmm.
What did you do?
I rolled better. Or I'm just telling the truth. You don't know.
If you were telling the truth, I would have been able to tell. Okay. So the question was, why are we interested in the wedding?
Yeah. What? Or in her, why do you want to stop it?
Just don't you want to stop it? Isn't it common decency to not let this happen, knowing what we know about Lucretia?
What do you know about Lucretia?
Oh, we know she's a vampire.
Is that enough in your world to just condemn someone? I'm just
Well,
asking.
we know enough about her history to know that her intentions for Crystal Spear won't be good. She's power hungry. She goes after powerful men. And this surely is not a good omen.
No, she's possibly you're right. Yeah. I mean, I've known her for not that long, and she's she is a formidable woman. She is, of course, powerful and extremely intelligent, very smart, charming.
Sounds like you like her.
This is complicated. There was a complicated past, but she didn't overtly did. Depends on everybody's point of view, isn't it? But here's what I'll tell you. There was a period of my time where I was Red Nose this story, where I was consumed by a magical artifact, a book that was changing the way I was looking at the world, and in a bad way.
Mm.
Oh, you laughed. You laughed there. Did you have similar experience?
Similar experience.
Another book of this kind. This small world, I would say, probably.
We've met books like this. There was
Yep.
several
Well,
that we met.
there are some very, very powerful and, well, I'm not trying to sound dramatic, but evil things.
Can I ask what the name of the book was? I know a bit about books.
Do you? Oh,
Worked in a library.
It was one of the codexes.
Oh.
Codex Mortis, if you heard about such name.
Held it.
You
I
did?
have not.
Well, you should be glad you're alive then.
It was used for ill purpose. We tracked that down too at some point.
Yeah, well, she's the one that, in a way, freed me from the book.
One good
Ow.
deed.
I don't necessarily look at it as a good or bad deed. It was just what she wanted. So I don't... She had her own reasons for it, and she was not being generous or benevolent about this, but it served me in the end.
Sounds about right for her. She's done many evil things over many years, responsible for causing pain and suffering to many of our friends.
Well, it's not the Lucretia that I know, but I don't doubt that there's a whole lot of things that she could have been hiding away from me. She's really good at this, and as far as the person she's going to marry, yes, she could be holding him under some spell for her gains and whatever end goals. She certainly has the power to do things like this over mortals, if you will. But she has enough even without magic that would cause most men to just fall for what she puts out there. So I'm just want to say, if you want this to stop for the sake of that person, how far are you willing to go to save that person from themselves?
Quite far.
Okay, that's a fair answer.
Mia, at this point, you receive a voice in your head. Hello, it's Hiltwin. I've been having some strange dreams. If you know of a teleportation circle at your locale, then I'd dearly like to speak. Sorry, I had to cast it again. Speak with you. Elsewise, if you're passing through Last Hollow, it would be nice to talk to you.
Hiltwin was the one that I left in charge of the temple there.
Mm-hmm. You created him.
Yeah, a long time ago. Lucas just coming for you, Hiltwin there.
I love that. I love the way you used it. It's just such a great word.
So he said what? He was having
Dreams.
strange dreams. Okay. I like hearing this, getting this. I'll dash out into the next room to go and reply in private.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I must have offended her somehow.
I'll just be like, just 1 minute. Hi. Can you tell me about the dreams? I'm not sure I can do anything without knowing more. There wasn't a skeleton, was there?
Blood, shadow, the apocalypse. I can't really embellish over a message, but I'd dearly like to speak with you, oh gracious leader.
I'll see if I can find a teleportation circle and let you know the rooms.
Oh, I'll come to you, of course. I'm sure I can find somebody to watch the place while I go. Blood and shadow. Goodbye.
Oh, I see. He was asking me to go there. Sorry, I did not get that.
No, it was either.
Okay. Okay.
You're right.
I'm not there. While I was by myself, I would probably use that opportunity to cast Commune. If you want me to do that now.
Sure.
So she'd set up. She hasn't cast this in ages. The kind of some incense and kind of the scepter of Savras and everything around her, and would sit down and would try and connect to Mistra. Shall I post commune?
Yes, please.
Do-be-do.
Okay.
Should I ask the questions?
We'll ask them after the break, shall we?
Okay.
All right. You can have a think
Sounds
on
good.
exactly what you're going to ask. All right. See you in 20, guys.
See you in a
See
few.
you soon.
Bye. Hello, and welcome back. If you've had any strange dreams that you would like religious consultation on, maybe you should get in touch with the head cleric of whatever faith you observe. Speaking of clerics, Mia, you had just cast the 5th level commune spell.
Cool.
To try and it says 5th level on the what you posted in the chat.
Ah, cool. That's just 3 5th level spells gone in.
You can cast it at 4th if you want. I will allow you to.
No, it's a 5th level spell.
Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah.
No.
Loads of big boy spells this morning. Got to get the cleric down before the fight. Tell me about this ritual. Like you said, you've not cast it for a long time. So, you're doing this in your room at the inn, or in the room next door at the inn?
Yeah, whichever room that the rest of everyone isn't in.
Mm-hmm.
I would do it on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Quickly, because I don't really want to be interrupted, because it makes it a bit awkward and strange. Passing time's a minute, so I guess she would set it up, sit in the middle of a kind of circle that is kind of, in her eyes, the connection with Mistra.
Okay.
What else?
Well, don't you have to ask questions?
Yes. Are you ready for the questions, Mistra?
She might be.
Oh no! Oh no! Please tell me Mistra's there. She would close her eyes and ask the first question, which is your will aligned with Soon's for Andraste to be one of your chosen?
You receive like a whisper. You know, like when sound goes from like one headphone to another? Like a whisper from your left ear to your right ear. The first whisper, she is under. And then the next one, our protection.
Okay. Ooh. So mechanically with the spell, that's a yes, I guess, right?
Well, it says, in a case where a one-word answer might be misleading or contrary to the deity's interests.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Next question. Does Madani know that Lucretia is a vampire?
You feel a coldness spread across your back. The wind that you felt just before shuts the door behind you. Unclear.
Okay. And the last question. black sky or the dark sky, did Lucretia do that?
No.
Hmm. Okay. Take a minute to kind of silently pray to Mistra, and then clear up my stuff and go back through.
Can I just make a religion check for me?
Yeah.
As you kind of, what I like to think of, like, mentally, like, if you're communing with Mistra, it's almost like you're casting a net out to see what the weave catches. And in your mind, as you begin to pull the net back in and kind of come back to your self-awareness and self-consciousness, with a short scratch on a violin, you see the weave flash before your eyes. The weave, whereas is normally a magical lattice connecting everything in the world, it's now almost like a, what is it? Is it like a pork loin, like that, where there's like a lattice that is pulled tightly against meat, as if it's like,
Oh,
as if it's being pulled taut against the world, and it's bleeding.
what a horrible metaphor. Simile. That's disgusting. Okay, but I get it completely.
It's just for a second in your mind.
So that almost like it can't contain whatever's inside it.
Make of it what you will.
Everything's fine. Probably. Yikes. Clear up whatever's going on in there.
So, what is your plan as kind of Mir kind of returns, looking a bit, I don't know, concerned maybe?
Yeah. Me?
No, everyone.
Yeah, everyone.
I had a thought. Last time the weather went screwy. Is it still cold, by the way, Dan?
No,
It's not unseasonably cold like it was yesterday.
no.
Okay. It was cold yesterday, and today there's no sun. The weather went screwy in Silvercrest with the storms when they opened the portal. I thought about contacting Silas and seeing if one of the mirrors is activated. Could be something from a portal again.
Is it easy for you to contact Silas?
I have a sending stone, he has the other.
Just do it.
Easy.
You don't need to ask our permission.
Then Silas, there's strange weather in Crystal Spear. Reminds me of Silvercrest. Is one of the mirrors active? Reply, please. This is worrying. Visitors coming to you.
Takes a few moments. Good morning, Jacob. We're travelling from the Citadel up to Silvercrest. Truth be told, your message couldn't be more poorly timed. Do you want us to turn back and check?
No. Go to Silvercrest.
You can't reply. You know that, right?
Oh, yeah. Is it a single-use one? You didn't say if it was on this one.
It's single. You can. It's a normal sending stone. So.
Oh. They're not. Silas isn't at the Citadel. He's just asked if he wants him to turn back, but I can't send him another message until tomorrow now.
Neither of you use the sending stones very much, so I'm not sure he expects an answer either. But
They're not there. They don't know if the mirror's activated or not. They're going to Silvercrest from the Citadel.
Okay. Do you think he'll take your silence as some sort of reply? Either way.
Honestly, the chaos of Silas, I have no idea. He seems to dance to the tune of a different god.
It's very sensible when I saw him last week.
I mean, he is mostly armless.
it did grow back, I believe. Oh. Hey ho.
Hey ho.
Well, I don't know. He might go back. He might go to the city. But whatever this is, it isn't natural. And it only helps our enemies.
Marius,
Yes.
can you help me with any teleportation circles that you know of in the city?
DM.
I'm not sure if we used one in the live game that time.
I don't think we did. Everything happened within the city, and
Mhm.
I personally don't have teleportation circle spell. I do have teleport, but that doesn't mean I know about the circles.
Then you'll need to track down someone who does.
I don't know of any myself. But in this city, there are definitely a lot of skilled magic users. There's got to be one in up top for sure. Not one I would have had access to, I'm afraid.
Maybe that devotion character might know.
Yeah, maybe. Red, any idea?
With my background feature of a researcher, that maybe tip the scales in maybe some sort of check or maybe some prior knowledge. And having lived here the whole life.
Yeah. What do you want to? You can tell me what check you want to make as a researcher. Religion, investigation, arcana. What do you think?
I think arcana is a good one for knowledge of a magic teleportation circle. 18.
Teleportation circles in your kind of former life were a bit too obvious, and thus you didn't use many of them personally. However, when you became a researcher at the Hall of the Dawn Chorus, you will have exchanged some magical books and scrolls from the School of Sorcery in Summervale. Although you wouldn't have visited there for quite a while. Summervale School of Sorcery.
Never visited myself, but School of Sorcery in Somerville has a teleportation circle.
Is that the one they call?
Ah.
Is that the one they call Fantasy High? I think.
I went to a different school.
Yeah,
We didn't have friends from that one.
I assume so. What do you need to leave?
Oh, maybe, or maybe I just need to get someone here. The mage in charge of the temple to Mistra in Last Hollow has been having dark dreams and wants to speak with me. He doesn't normally contact me. I think it has to be quite urgent for him to have reached out. So I said I'd try and get the runes to him, or would get to him. But it would be better for him to come here, I think. And even if I went there, I'd have to find some way to get back again.
Well, I'm like I said, I'm sorry I can't help with the circle, but I am keen to stay close to Red. No offense, I just don't want you to disappear on me again.
She's good at vanishing out your life for a year.
I turn invisible.
Yeah.
Yep, she does that. This can't all be a coincidence, obviously. I mean, even if she did this or not, I don't want my city to be covered in darkness forever, even though that might be more comfortable. So I'll tag along, if you let me.
Sure.
Yeah, just no more threatening barkeepers and people like that.
I
Deal with
won't.
things seriously.
I didn't threaten him at all.
You use magic to change his mind, so he didn't tell on us.
Yeah, that's not threatening per se, but I understand what you're saying. If you were uncomfortable with this, I apologize. It's just I don't like to be gossiped about, and this came out of nowhere, this whole thing, and well, I guess it doesn't matter right now. I mean, there is no sun. All the talk of the city is going to be about that at the moment, so I feel like I'm in the clear.
The wedding can't go ahead if this is happening, right? It will.
It'll go ahead so as to draw people's attention away from the dark sky or something. They'll
Well,
spin it.
she'll surely be able to show herself in public now. Maybe on the moving scales of weirdness and what people are willing to accept or not. This is something she's chosen to be beneficial.
You think she's done it?
She hasn't.
Oh.
How do you know?
I communed with Mistra while I was next door talking to my colleague. Afterwards, I needed to ask a couple of things, and I wanted to ask about this. And when I asked if she was directly responsible for it, the answer was no. But it doesn't mean that she wasn't indirectly responsible.
Or something, or someone did it for her when she asked, possibly. It's beneficial to her anyway, as I said. And also those things we saw last night. I mean, there are creatures that prefer the night too. That could mean this whole city could be in a lot of danger. I just feel like maybe we should go on a little bit of a patrol. Red, are you still with us, or I just wave my hand around where she
I'll
was.
just reappear in like a different chair around the table.
Oh, there you are. What do you say? We take a gander at our old neighborhood, see if there's any bad things. We could do this on the way where you want to get to.
DM, could you remind me where we are at the moment? Is it Raker's Gate?
Oh, no, this is further up. This is in the Overcroft.
Oh, right.
The half-full flask is in the Overcroft, yeah. Overlooking Summervale. So, yeah.
We're quite close to where the statue was, aren't we? I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just up the road and around the corner. So the Overcroft, like maybe you're over here.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, if you want to have a wander into Somervale, we could do a bit of patrol on the way and see where people are at and basically what's going on. This kind of situation will obviously lead to looting, possibly rioting of some kind, panic, and people will inevitably turn their fears into actions as they do.
When you say that, Marius, the sound of breaking glass could be heard audibly from the bar.
Yeah, we should check what that is. And I'll start walking downstairs.
Are you all going downstairs?
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes?
no, it's fine. Don't worry.
No, please.
I just was going to say, out of interest, is this the same crystal spear map as always?
Yeah?
Is
This
it?
is the one.
I thought it looked really different.
I did too.
I'm looking at it from a different
Maybe because we're.
angle.
Oh, it's
Oh yeah, because this is the statue,
Mm-hmm.
and oh yeah, I thought our inn was here, but you say it's here. I think I know
Well,
what you mean. It's a bit. It looks a bit
I've not-
sideways. Doesn't
I've not changed anything since last
It's-
time.
Not a different version of it.
see the way you say that, Dan.
I haven't changed it, honestly.
I thought
Okay.
it had changed as well, but maybe, yeah.
Oh.
No, I think I was always looking at it from this direction. So like, yeah. But no, actually, if you look sideways, I remember. I just thought the inn was more like here, but it's here.
Seems fine to me. I probably wouldn't have even noticed if you did.
It's so funny though, because I was spending like 3 minutes thinking that, and then Kirsty said it, and I was like, something's weird. Giselle casts Mage Armor.
Mage Armor.
I did mine this
the whole
morning.
world's backwards.
Yeah.
Yep.
As you go down the stairs into the half-full flask, you can see an argument breaking out between a couple of half-elves and some humans, all wearing black.
Ooh.
And I hear what the argument's about.
You make a perception check.
So the black as in the guard.
No, they're not dressed in guards' gear. They're civilians, Jacob, and they all seem to be quite upset. They're not just dressed in black. It seems as though they're wearing funeral attire. And there is various finger pointing and consternation as a half elf kind of marches over to a paltry-looking buffet to declare that you hear one of them shout, "Oh, having a wake is completely pointless if we can't even bury the body."
Silent.
I'll head over to the bar to the barkeep and say, "What do they mean? Where's the where no body? Has a corpse gone missing?"
I'm not sure what it's about. They booked in to have a wake here, and we got what food we could. We didn't get any of our deliveries this morning. I'm not surprised with the people being late, thinking it's the wrong time, but they seem quite upset. But the food seems to be the least of their worries. I don't want a fight to break out, and I appreciate everybody's worried, but if you could assist me in any way, I'd really appreciate it. I swear, it's nothing to do with me.
I'll speak to them.
You see the half elf by the buffet, a elderly lady with a black veil, kind of dabbing her tears away. A like burly human man with his arm round her, and a couple of like younger half elves. Yeah, they're all kind of consoling each other. Who do you speak to?
The guy in the corner, not the lady. He seems to me like I'm like, yeah.
Okay. He like clutches like a singular pork pie and he's looking at it like he fucking hates it.
Couldn't help seeing your argument. Is there anything I can do to help?
Well, unless you can find where my great uncle Aelred is, then you're not going to be very much use. Just like this bloody buffet, and he just chucks the pork pie down.
He's gone. He's gone missing. His corpse has gone missing.
Well, we were the first funeral booked in this morning at the chapel up on Raven's Bluff. And I'll tell you, the last thing you want to see when you turn up to a funeral is a load of empty graves. Nobody contacted us ahead of time. I don't know if they're moving the graveyard or if whatever is happening, but their House of the Ascension are fucking useless. The Raven Queen would be ashamed of all of them.
Wow.
I'm sure they're quite taken aback about what's going on outside. Did you say empty graves? As in more than one?
Like half the plots have just been emptied.
Is it like emptied as in like, somebody's duck? Or is it more emptied as in like come out through?
And he like picks up his pork pie and looks to you, Jacob, and points at Giselle. Is she having a laugh?
You got up on the wrong side of the bed this morning.
Just a question.
Look, we can look into this. So there are bodies missing. Is it around a dozen by any chance?
I don't know. I didn't stick around to count them. My fucking nan's in tears.
Right. I'll tell you, Nan. We'll look into it.
Go on, Nan.
Where the dead should stay dead. They should stay where they're put.
Oh, you sound like one of them.
We'll have a look into it for you.
One of what?
You know, one of the Raven Queen's folks. They should
No.
stay dead.
Oh. Are you one of them, Jacob?
No, I'm sworn to Umberley.
No, he's not one of them.
This is clearly not a coincidence and linked to what is happening. If I got your meaning, Miss, talking to Giselle, if I got your meaning right, we should take a look.
I think so.
And as we go, I'll try to whisper to the others. Last night, we were attacked by around a dozen skeletal necrotic things. And now we hear of empty graves. I wonder if what we were attacked was what came out of those graves. Maybe
we don't talk about that in front of the family.
I walked over to you guys and whispered it. I said that.
Very, very on point with the whisper there. Good. I can show you the quickest way. But Red, you know, some people there might recognize me. But we should take a look anyway.
Shall we retire our room for a second? I've got a disguise kit. I can try and alter your features, the pair of you.
There's no need. And I will cast Disguise Self. And turn into... I'm gonna step away so I don't do this in front of people.
Just going to nip to the bathroom.
And nip into the bathroom. And make myself look like a elf mourner. Not one of them, just some undescriptive elf-looking gentleman with a black clothes.
What about yourself, Red? Did you want a non-magical disguise in case those guards start poking their overly long noses in again?
Yeah, sure. Let's double up, shall we? Or maybe attempt to put some physical disguise on. Don't know how much you can do for a bright red tiefling with horns, but...
I mean, I've got skin makeup because I try to hide the green scales, so...
All right, well, let's make it quick. We'll make a physical disguise and then I'll disguise South on top of it.
Nice.
Okay. Jacob, just make me a performance check.
Of course.
Oh, I'll give him guidance since it's me who's helping.
Oof. He doesn't need it.
Hey.
1, so 27.
27, yeah. A judicious use of toner and all kinds of makeup. Yeah, you managed to it's quite obvious. The horns mean that Red is still a tiefling, but they're no longer red. They actually look at like pale skin, like human skinned, and with the right like hairdo, the horns can be concealed fairly well. Yeah, it's a convincing disguise. However, regardless of your role, it does take a lot of makeup, so you will need to replenish your disguise kit before its next use.
Yep. I need to buy more of this, but there you go, Red. Have a look in the mirror.
Damn, not a bad job. Just keep admiring myself until someone stops me.
I'll touch her on the shoulder and cast Arcanist's magic aura on her as well.
Ooh.
Ooh, that's cute. Ooh.
The idea that I want her to not appear magical.
Oh, nice. You make a magical object appear non-magical.
Yeah. Or maybe that's doesn't make sense if she's been change with non-magical means.
She was going to cast Detect Disguise Self on top as well.
Mm-hmm. The question is... Oh yeah, no, it does say place an illusion on a creature or object, and then it just uses object for like...
Mm-hmm.
So false aura is changing the target, but then mask target. It works fine.
Okay.
So it's weird. Like if someone cast detect magic on red, the illusion spell would not happen or would not ping. But if someone could see through illusions through another means, then it may not mask them from that. It's only a second level spell after all.
Okay, let's go check out the Temple of the Raven Queen.
Well, maybe let me just double check before I lead you there. You've expressed some urgency in what you want to do. Mir, was it? Do you think that can wait a bit, or we seem to have changed direction here? I'm happy to tag along either way.
I don't think we should separate. This seems more pressing currently.
I think it's connected to last night. We may get clues about what attacked.
Indeed. PM, would you mind pinging on the map where the this cemetery
Chapel.
thing is? Chapel.
Chapel is on the grounds of the House of the Ascension. And it's be about here.
In Raven's Bluff.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we're gonna be so if we're coming from here up, we're gonna be passing by the keep, right? And then
Mm-hmm.
unless we just climb up, but that's that might be suspicious.
That area. It's like it's a path that goes to a wall.
Well, I guess we could go this way. Which way do I think is the quickest?
Going through the Citadel of the Red Knight would require security clearance.
Gotcha. Oh, because this right.
Got to avoid that.
So we got to go around the statue.
Mm-hmm.
I said you wanted to have a look around town and see what's going on. Sure, we'll find some things along the way.
I'm sure we will. All right. If everybody's ready, let's set off.
Okay, so you make your way towards the narrow part of the Overcroft. It's very picturesque, and in times gone by, you would probably both know that this might be where someone, takes in, a solitary perch to just kind of overlook the Sood and Crystal Bay. You have to kind of walk one behind the other as you kind of negotiate the fairly tricky ledges. Just make me a group dexterity check, straight dexterity.
Oof.
Do you want me to do it too with spider climb?
No, you're okay with spider climb.
What about climb speed?
No, you're okay with climb speed as well.
You did a save, John.
It's the same.
It's the same?
Oh,
Okay.
It's just easier to click.
You, Red, just take a tumble. You don't fall off the cliff or anything like that, but I'm going to get you to take 2 points of bludgeoning damage. And you maybe like hit your head on a rock.
Ow!
And then I catch her last minute. You forgot how to walk these roads? Been off the map for so long.
I've been on the map, Marius. I've been here, okay? Just being invisible most of the time, alright? Been skulking, not hiking.
Okay.
You make your way up the steps. Now, yesterday when you came this way, there was a guard post here and a toll. But it seems that there are a lot of people talking to the guards, swarming them almost with questions and accusations and concerns, and they seem positively overwhelmed. They're trying not to let many people up, but they certainly don't have the numbers to kind of stop these increasing numbers of inquiries. So you can speak to the guard, or you can try and sneak past, or what trying to do.
Go straight past.
Yeah.
I think we should be able to sneak past, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'll give you a group stealth check at advantage because they're distracted.
With this one, I'll do a guidance if that's all right.
Me too.
Stealth advantage.
23, 23, 28, and 20.
Thanks. I can read. It's
24 even.
Pass. Yeah, it's a group pass. You make your way onto Woodclaw Green. That is much quieter. It's still very dark. The highest, well, you wouldn't need a very high passive perception, in fact. But it is you notice a figure who has a personal guard observing the Brecht Woodclaw statue.
You recognize this person?
No. Although they do seem quite important with their personal guard. They're a dark-skinned woman with long brown hair that is flows long down her back. It's kind of got a couple of ribbons, red ribbons tied into it. A long red dress with a like velour cape that is clutched across the middle with a electrum kind of gilded brooch. She has kind of greeny silver eyes, and she seems to be in some case of mourning herself. The guard awkwardly like reaches out a hand, and you can see them about to like comfort the woman, but just kind of bail out at the last minute and put the hand back on the spear.
I'll grab Red and whisper to her, do you know who that is?
Do I recognize her at all?
You can make me a history check at disadvantage.
Can I cast guidance on Red?
Sure.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah.
21
disadvantage. This is a noble who doesn't often frequent the lower levels, and which is why she's up here. But you do recognize them from the descriptions. You would know that this is Merrily Woodclaw.
Merrily Woodclaw.
Mm-hmm. Merrily Woodclaw is one of the heads of one of the oldest noble houses in Crystal Spear.
Okay. And I'd know that this is Woodclaw Green, probably.
It says as much on the plaque in carved stone below the statue of this spear-wielding warrior who is thrusting the spear down into the ground.
If she's crying, can I offer her like a handkerchief?
You can make me a straight charisma check. With a crit, she turns round to meet your gaze as you approach. Oh, thank you very much.
I didn't mean to interrupt it, just it looked like this might help.
No, it does. I've not seen you on these levels before, though you are resplendently dressed, I must say.
Thank you, so are you. You don't live here?
Oh, I have a small place up on the summit, right near the epicenter of my former husband's heroics.
Of course.
And you notice now that the pointed ears suggest she's of a half-elf origin.
I'm so sorry for your loss.
No. He sacrificed a lot. Rescued me from a elven prison off the Isles of Vinelium, and took up the settlement wars on behalf of Lucian Broadgrove and created Crystal Spear with his own hand. I just wonder what he'd think of my efforts to preserve his glory ever since, overshadowed as they are today.
You'll have to forgive me, I'm a tourist. Tell me about your efforts. I'm sure he would appreciate them.
Oh, I did what I could for Crystal Spear in the early days. You must know that the settlement wars were a difficult time for us all. When this bastion of power was thrust up from beneath the earth, the thing that Crystal Spear lacked was proper oversight. It needed people to come together and sort out the terrible things that we found below. I started a merchants' guild of gravediggers, and we set about putting them to work and making this place better. I have a ceremonial position on the Central Commission, but my heart doesn't lie in politics. Are you there, or is this just me?
I was just...
Where are you from, dear?
Sargrangela on the water plane.
Never heard of it. You must forgive me. The water plane, such a unusual place to receive a tourist from.
Well, I've lived here for a long time now. I'm not sure that I'm really such a foreigner to the Isles, but I've never been to Crystal Spear before, but it seems I've caught it on an odd day.
Indeed. We're due to observe a wedding. The leader of the commission, ambitious and young as he is, seems to have found himself an elven noble to marry.
But why is the sky dark?
I could only guess that either this union has angered the elven nobility, that they've found a way to overshadow it, quite literally, or it's just unusual weather.
Let's hope for the latter, shall we?
It was nice to meet you.
You too. I'll leave
Your
you
name
to it.
was?
Mia.
Mia.
You can
I'm
keep
Merrily.
the hanky. Merrily. A pleasure.
She takes the handkerchief, puts it under her cape, and with a guard, come on, ma'am, we have appointments. Yes, of course. And they wander up Wooclaw Green towards the summit. Another contingent of guards who are comparatively unharried to the other checkpoint let them through, no questions asked.
Mm-hmm. When they're out of sight, I would share a conversation with everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe as we kind of continue walking towards the temple and the cemetery.
Woodclaw's wife?
Mm-hmm.
My father occasionally spoke of him.
What did he have to say?
They fought together in the settlement wars. My father was a corsair. He was part of the group of Lucian, the invaders. He got himself an elven princess too, except she wasn't quite elven, was she?
No. I think she might have founded the Grave Assembly.
Oh.
It seemed to be too clear a link. What, Marius and Red, what do you think?
If Miz relayed the description of the, she said about the Merchant Guild of Gravediggers,
Yeah.
does that correlate with the Grave Assembly?
You believe that is how
The origins.
when the Grave Assembly started?
it sounds to me like that organization, when it was first started, to well, the one I got involved with is almost two different things. But I never thought of going after and asking questions directly to nobility. It gives me some ideas for the future. Thank you. Thank you for sharing it, Mir.
What did they find? She said they'd found things beneath the city. She founded them to deal with what was underneath.
She
All
didn't.
the tales of Crystal Sphere say that it magically was created by Brex. What was it created on top of? Is that why the Baroness is here? Is that why we are here? Is there something underneath that's causing this fog?
We don't know.
We were losing the battle. My father, they were losing the war. They were going to be kicked off the island, and then it all changed here. We need to find out what they were doing under the city. Are these graves that are now empty connected to that? Are my mother's race involved in this again?
What's your mother's race?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's he talking about?
A passerby.
Assembly.
As we pass by, 20 years of backstory comes out.
Jacob turns, sort of his eyes go like more reptilian. He just hisses, "One T."
No. That's mighty brave of you to just disclose it to a person you just met. I appreciate it.
Not see it. Everyone else sees it and
Well, I
comments.
guess I thought it was magical disguise, but thanks for confirming it, I guess. Well,
How does that make you feel, Marius?
I haven't had dealings with 1T before. I was preoccupied. Though I might have read something about them in my previous research, though I'd have to dig through my notes.
Anything you know might be useful. But there is something going on under this city.
Let's definitely deal with the problems at hand. And, I mean, if we don't find anything soon, Red, maybe asking her a few questions. Maybe she could open some doors that we haven't had. Even if she's not directly, she didn't strike me as something directly involved with some of the nefarious stuff we've been seeing. But
probably just another lofty-headed noble. But Mir seems to have made a good impression. Could help us out.
Alright.
Maybe.
That one for later, I assume.
As you walk past Fell Dragon Keep on your way to Ravensbluff, you see civilians and guards. It seems as though, I guess if you're local to Crystal Spear, you would know this, but Fell Dragon Keep is like the home of like kind of the like domestic security force, where like not where there's not the Red Knights, but like other kind of judicial things go on. Fines are issued, writs are served. Kind of like a civic house with law and order. Where judges might pass out sentences, things like that. That's what Fell Dragon Keep is. But on this day, they seem to have borrowed some red knights from the citadel and are kind of shoveling some auspicious materials from the roadside, dealing with various civilian complainants. There are quite a crowd outside, people holding up wills, contested wills, and it's very chaotic off Woodclaw Green here.
Maybe we should mix in and just take a listen for a few minutes. Might learn something.
Okay, who wants to go and mix in with the crowd?
Yeah, I'll go.
I'll go as well, and I'll probably drop the disguise self spell and just rely on the physical one, since it seems like it's holding up pretty good, and I don't want to trigger any magic tomfoolery.
Okay, so just Red and Marius. Anybody else?
Jacka wants to sort of hang around the edges and listen to the conversations.
Yeah. I don't think I want to push in and get and actually speak to the gods. I just want to be sort of stand in a line of people behind them as if I had an interest also, but not move forward when whatever, and just listen and what they're complaining about and what the gods are.
So anyone approaching and listening and investigating this time can make a perception check. Okay. So what I'm going to give you is different information based on what you roll. Red, you kind of weave, between a few people, and as you turn around, you bump into somebody who is carrying a big shovel full of bones.
Oh, Jesus.
The bones seem to be strange, as if they're not dry, regular skeleton bones. They do look similar, but they're almost sticky, sticky ribs that are got this translucent goo, and some of them seem to just be bent in place. Marius, you overhear a complaint being made to a official at Feldragon Keep. The complaint seems to be that this gesturing at what is happening with the shoveling, this is evidence of hemocraft, and they want to know what the guards are going to do about it. And one of them is particularly keen to cast aspersions on a dwarf named Thirig Labranar.
Ooh. You're gonna put there you go. Thirig Labranar. Have I ever heard that name before?
Oh, you can make a history check at advantage. With a 21, you would recognize Thirig's name.
Mm-hmm.
Thirig is a popular member of the congregation at the House of the Ascension.
Okay.
Someone who goes back with that organization as long as you do.
Mm-hmm.
And with a 21, you didn't know he was into magic.
Okay. And what I can see around me, does it seem, because I mean I think I would know what evidence of blood magic looks like. Does it seem like is they're on point, or they're just using some other creepy shit to cast aspersions for their own reasons?
So, in order to deduce those facts, it's something that a wizard, I think, would be more meticulous than to look at what's in a shovel from across the way. And you might need to go and investigate further, which you could do here or through another avenue.
Okay, I gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll stick around, see what others pick up.
Okay. Jacob, you are moving and listening. Now, what you find is more evidence that funeral rites have been disrupted today. There are people holding up wills that are meant to come into effect, but without a body, it's difficult to enforce the wills. There are relatives disputing what to happen with the estate, whether it should be frozen, yada, yada, yada. The people at Felldragon Keep seem ill-equipped to make such judgments and would usually go to the Raven, his emissary and chosen of the Raven Queen, Jamin Jahim. However, with that, you find out he is missing.
Okay. So the arbiter of things of death and wills and things is missing. That seems significant.
But, certainly hasn't turned up to arbitrate, and there are various followers of the Raven Queen here, or at least people who are due to attend ceremonies and funerals this morning.
Right. So I'd just listen for anything more, and then if nothing more was forthcoming, I'd head back to the group to tell them. But
Yeah, I think we sort of regrouped just a few steps away, out of earshot. And yeah, I will share what I found as well. And just say, yeah, Thyrig. I mean, he's with the House of Ascension. I don't know if these are false allegations or what. It could have been checking things out, but that's not from my previous knowledge.
lots of things seem out of kilter. The emissary of the Raven Queen, Jamin Jahim, is missing.
DM, is Jimen the new Talon?
No, Jamin is the Raven, i.e. the High Priest. It's not someone that would regularly give sermons, somebody who is quite reclusive. I'm going to make you make a religion check to see whether you ever met him. With a 26, I'll say you did. He was the person who officially cast you out.
Oh, okay. That's cool. He went missing, did you say? Is that what they said?
He hasn't shown up to arbitrate disagreements. All these people they can't carry out the wills because there's no body to prove that the will should be enacted. He would normally arbitrate all of these and sort them all out. but he hasn't shown up for work.
Okay.
Some of his followers are in the crowd there, as they seem as lost as the common.
Something is clearly wrong in the House of Ascension.
I think the answers lie there.
Yeah. They're mostly good people there. They follow the Raven Queen, and they want to facilitate the passage. They care about the natural laws, so this is highly irregular, I would say. Okay. Let's go, right?
Continue to the chapel
Go into the chapel.
to check out dead bodies.
Going to the House of the Ascension. Now, there's the House of the Ascension. It's like the Raven Queen grounds. There is a small chapel, and then there's the big temple. So, which one
And this
would
is
you like to do?
and this is right here in the middle of Ravensbluff. Is that what?
It's here, actually.
Oh, see it.
But the chapel's in front of it.
Here. Oh, there. Sorry.
Okay, let's get close and see what we see.
Okay. You see an imposing grey Gothic building with tall, triangular, pitched roofs. The semicircular steps outside are currently filled with a mixture of concerned civilians and distraught worshippers, and the doors seem closed.
To the main temple.
Yes. You look to the chapel, and it is in ruins.
Cool.
The doors have been ripped off. The delicate and old stone has partially collapsed, and what you now see are just people wandering around, not shaking their heads from side to side, as around the chapel in the graveyard. At least 2/3 of the graves seem to have been exhumed.
The door to the chapel, do they seem forced from the inside?
Mm-hmm.
If you want to go and make an investigation check, you could find out.
I'm going with.
You're checking out the doors. Giselle, is there something in specific that you would like to look at?
Can I go, if the doors are off and there's stone all around, is there still something to go into?
Yes, the roof isn't in a very good condition, but you can go into it.
I want to go and see what it looks like on the inside and see if I can. Detective Giselle determines whether some roar has basically what, maybe an earthquake, or what, is trying to determine if she think about what actually caused it.
So you can make an investigation check also. Okay. Marius, as you go to inspect the doors, you see that the doors are usually locked with a wrought iron lock. The iron is bent and the wood is splintered, indeed, from the inside. What's your passive perception?
Oh, it's not that great. It's just 11.
Yeah, there's nothing further to add. Giselle, you go past Marius into the chapel proper. And as you walk around the graves, like out the back of the chapel, and you kind of study them, it would, with a 16, it would have taken a whole ship's crew with shovels to dig all night to exhume all of these graves all at once. It's very unusual.
She determine if anything's been taken.
Taken from where?
Inside the chapel.
Inside the chapel?
Yeah,
okay.
in the remains, I guess. Like if there's anything religious that's been stolen or destroyed.
So knowing what to look for in a religious place to see whether anything might be missing is going to be a religion check. Difficult. But I will say that it looks like the cloister where you would expect the presiding official to keep their things has been completely ransacked.
I go out and tell Marius at the door this. It's been completely ransacked.
Yeah, the door here was forced from the inside. It's normally locked, and the only thing in there are the peaceful dead resting for eternity. So I think we're starting to get a picture here.
What do you want to do now, guys?
Can I inspect and see if there's any remains of any corpses still around? Like maybe some have been discarded or they're all just gone.
I'm not going to make you make a check because there isn't a corpse to be found.
I'd like to check out one of the graves themselves. Specifically, so if there's coffins, have the lids been levered open with crowbars, or have they been sort of cracked from the inside and ripped open?
Okay, you can go over to one of the graves. The one you look at, just make a nature check for me, or a survival check. Nature or survival is up to you. With a 10, you see that you kind of go over to one of the like older looking graves. It was definitely forced open, though whether it is through natural or magical means is difficult to tell with a 10. However, you do find a discarded bracelet.
Oh.
It's like almost looks like a friendship bracelet.
Okay.
One that like an adolescent or a young person might wear. It says on the front in silver, it says O'Melia, and on the back it says Netherwell.
Amelia. Is there a nearby grave with that name on it?
Oh, it's the one, yeah, like basically the one you're at. Mm-hmm.
So I'd pick up the bracelet with a handkerchief or something, so I'm not touching it, just in case it's cursed.
Mm-hmm. Do you have a special curse handkerchief, just in case?
Anti-curse.
Yeah. Spray it with holy water every morning.
Wash it in Hollywood, yeah.
Yeah.
Go back over to the others. So they've been forced open, but I can't tell if by magical or mechanical means. I found this though. This by the grave of an Amelia. There. Don't know what it is. Well, it's a bracelet of some sort, but
We tell
something.
you.
Oh,
We tell you what we found as well.
do I think that I could scry on such a bracelet?
Scry on the bracelet.
Well, scry on the person that owned the bracelet using it.
Oh, like it's a focus.
Yeah, because I've got.
Searching.
Because you've got a physical connection, because you've got the bracelet she was buried with.
Yeah. So second hand, I've heard of them, and I have a possession or a garment of them.
Maybe.
That'd be +1 then. If she
Yeah.
wants to dodge, she gets a +1 to her save. That's really cool. That's a really cool mechanic. I love that.
So you're going to try and scry on them?
Yeah. What else have I
Yeah.
got this big scepter for, huh?
Cry on the zombie.
And I'd like to use my portent for their wisdom save.
Mm-hmm.
You can't do that. It has to be someone you see.
Lucas! I
Can't
can
do
see the
that.
bracelet. Lucas!
Yep.
Such a portent police.
We've
it matter-
established that already.
It matters not because the spell fails.
Why?
Because it fails.
Severus, why? I have no idea why.
Tell me now. Phone Severus.
Make like an arcana check or anything to.
Yeah, it can make an arcana or religion check.
11.
If you can't find them, maybe they don't exist.
Okay. Didn't work. It's worth a try.
Shame. Well, they
Well, maybe they're a walking skeleton. What was did you talk about your dream? Jack, did you mention him?
I did to Red.
Not to anybody else.
I probably would have this morning, I think.
Did everyone else have it, or was it just us two?
It was just me and Red.
Special.
I slept like
Chosen.
me.
I just wondered whether it's connected. If you did tell us, it's a skeleton Jack. Crimson Jack.
Could be.
Would I say that anything sort of throughout the day's events, and obviously with the sky and everything, reminds me of the dream?
Certainly an ominous and foreboding dream to have, to wake up where the sun's not shining.
but no specific visual similarities, like the red moon, for example.
Nope.
Can I cast detect magic and walk around? I think Marius is looking for necromantic magic around the graves close to the chapel.
Yes, bear with me 1 second.
Or anything else that might ping.
Yes, as you cast detect magic, you get a strong sense of evocation.
Ooh.
From across the entire graveyard.
That's not something I was expecting. As an evocation wizard, would I be able to... Is that an ongoing spell that is happening currently, or...
Yes, it's currently active.
Ooh. Any checks I could make to get more information, or...
I'll give you a Arcana check at advantage.
Right, let's do that. I'm pretty good at that.
Yeah. The ground is deconsecrated under the effect of a hallow spell.
Ooh, shit.
You also know that usually when you cast Hallow, you can imbue an area with a particular effect, which may explain some of the darkness. However, for the darkness to be as prevalent as it is, then there would either be lots more castings of this Hallow around Crystal Spear, or it's connected to a much more powerful spell.
Maybe more spellcaster working together, or just a really powerful one. I share that with them. I thought I've sent something, but now I've got proof the sky is part of it. There's a very strong spell, and I explain about the darkness, that one of the things it does is it will darken the area. Normal light, and just say normally it's a fairly limited range for a regular casting of this spell. Had to be enhanced somehow by someone quite powerful.
Can you tell where it's coming from, where it's cast?
Normally, if I detect it, I would be able to, because it would be around, but we can see this dark sky across the hall. Maybe if I keep going around with the detect magic up all the time, maybe could zero in on it, but that could take ages.
I'll be concentrating on detect magic at this point, and presumably I can see what he's talking about.
Yeah, we compared detect magic notes.
Sorry, John, can you repeat that for me?
I'll be concentrating on detect magic as well at this point, so I can see what he's talking about as well.
Yeah. It brings Marius's kind of hypothesis into view, and you detect the very same evocation magic cast and present on the boundaries of the graveyard.
It's quite busy here still. People around, he said.
there are people around. People have come to look at the graves, kind of had their jaws drop, shed a few tears. Some dropped to their knees. Some have left things in the grave or by the grave as in sympathy. But nobody seems to be hanging around for too long, and nobody seems to have bothered any of you who are looking around.
Okay.
What's next?
There may be a ritual I can cast over the large portion of the city to protect it against undead. It's quite expensive. I'd need some more powdered jewels.
Why do I sense this feeling I'm going to get suddenly very poor?
Unless you have some more rubies lying around. And I'm kind of like reaching into my bag and pockets, and I've got a 400 gold piece worth of ruby that I've had for a while. This particular spell requires 1,000 gold worth of powdered ruby.
I have 500 gold worth of ruby.
Oh, well, close.
Oh no, we're missing 200. Guess what? No rubies in this town at all. Damn it.
Would the DM do that to us?
Well, I would. This could be
What's
a very
the
good idea. What's the spell? Yeah, good point.
I spent a little while in hiding with Devotion, and she helped me to learn something I'd been interested in for a long time during my studies. Can ward, I think, a large area against magical means of travel. I can determine certain types of creatures that still be able to appear there, but would be greatly hurt and hindered. It's forbiddance. It's just something to think about. I could probably complete the ritual in 20 minutes or so. It would just protect an area for a day. And DM, just so I sort of can visualize what I'm talking about, looking at the map, what would 40,000 feet worth look like? 40,000 square feet.
40,000
It's a lot, isn't it?
square feet.
Jesus.
Yeah, I'm going to say you could protect everywhere from the first, so from the Sood, Summervale, Hall of the Dawn Chorus, Netherwell, and up around Crystal Spear, Raker's Gate, Bayside, Bloodrun, Tinderwoods would be more than that. But for the mountain itself, 40,000 square feet.
Good chunk.
Yeah.
DM, could I just also clarify on the hollow spell, just in case you were giving me a hint and I didn't get it? Did you just use it for a simile, or because it does one of the thing it does is prevents celestial, elemental, fey, fiends, and undead from entering the area. Should I be looking at that or ignoring that?
It says you touch a point and infuse an area around it with holy or unholy power, and thus, where it's used to usually protect the ground, it seems as though some way this spell has been reverse engineered.
Gotcha. So it's not a direct. Okay. Yeah.
How could they reverse it? You don't know. Maybe, I don't know, someone
very powerful.
Someone powerful, or someone with a lot of knowledge might be able to help you. Who knows?
Is this a stretch to think that normally the way I always affect magic is through, Hemocraft? Is that something that I would think about?
You didn't take the blood magic subclass, did you? You took the.
No, I am a blood magic wizard.
Oh, you said before you're an evocation wizard.
Because it's based. Blood magic wizard is based on evocation. I've got a bunch of their.
So if you are a blood magic wizard and not an evocation wizard, then then Hemocraft is something that you have expertise in. Would you know that it's Hemocraft that has affected the Hallow spell in this way? With a 22 Arcana check, you'd think it was a strong possibility, without being certain.
Okay. I'll keep that one to myself for now, though.
Mm-hmm.
On the kind of description and understanding and seeing it myself of this kind of effect going on, it does make me specifically think of forbiddance being like a way to combat it, or at least kind of neutralize it in a way. I mean, I can put the description up for people to...
Yeah, do that.
Much in the way you just described, you can choose undead, and when they're starting in there, they take radiant damage. It sounds like almost like a neutralization of what you just described.
Mm-hmm. I think what you would need to cover this area, this like mountainous area, is you'd probably need to cast it from the summit.
Mm-hmm. I feel like devotion bestowed this ritual upon me for a reason. And since last night's nightmare, I'm anxious to use it.
I wonder if you could spend a sorcerer's point and do the extend spell and like double the range of the forbidden spell. 80,000 square feet.
Well, it's so 40,000 square feet is about an acre of land.
Oh, is it? Okay, maybe I've been overestimated how much land we could cover. So yeah, let's say you could protect a level.
Yeah.
So you could choose which one. But you've got the summit, you've got like the Citadel, Ravensbluff, Felldragon, Woodclaw, then you've got the Overcroft and Rockholm, or Netherwell, Hall of Dawn, Chorus, Sunvale, and Sood. You wouldn't be able to protect the lower levels because they're much bigger.
As a spell, it kind of feels like it's like a village, you know what I mean? Like you cast this on the village and sort it out.
Yeah.
So yeah, that makes sense.
You just need to go to whichever level you want to cast it on to cast it there.
This sounds like it could be very useful thing, though we'd have to go and hunt for a specific gem for you. I know there are shops up there that would sell it, but in this chaos, it might be a bit tricky. Yeah,
maybe we could steal it.
Sure, let's do a heist now.
Just
maybe. No, it's a good shout.
Well, if sorry,
the Golden Vault book, we could do a heist.
If Mia's willing to part with the 500 gold and I've got 400, we'd just be after 100 gold piece ruby, which I believe Mia can powder gems. Is that right?
Yep.
She's the jeweler now.
It's not consumed either by the spell. It's only consumed if you cast it every day for 30 days in the same place.
I believe so, yeah. I was double checking it
So
before.
that's something. We haven't lost it.
Hmm.
You'd actually need to get some. Well, holy water you've got covered, probably. I would assume.
Yeah, go and
Some
spade, mate.
rare incense. And powdered ruby worth. I wonder if it's the 1,000 gold is only for the powdered ruby, or like for the. No, I think it's only for the powdered ruby, right? The way it's written.
I know what you mean, though. Sprinkling
Or
of
is it
holy
1,000
water,
gold
rare
of
incense,
all
and
of it?
powdered ruby worth at least 1,000. I mean, I think it's probably just the ruby.
I mean, the incense will cover some of that cost.
Yeah, the ruby is worth the money, but yeah, you rare incense, you'd probably need to go and find.
First place I'll look is in this chapel.
Yeah. That's a good-
Rare incense. That's a.
So in the
That's a good
chapel,
point.
we know, like Giselle's already
ransacked.
found out, it's been ransacked.
Yeah.
However, the
There-
temple doors are closed.
There will be some in the temple for sure, and I would really like to take a peek inside if we could.
Have we
Did you
tried
say there's
opening
a
the
huge
doors?
group of people outside?
There's lots of
The doors.
people.
Are there just people, or the guards, or is someone trying to get in, or they're just standing around the door?
There's like people knocking, and actually you see like that weird sound is back from last time. There's like someone's like put a brick through one of this beautiful stained glass windows. So it's like a small crack about like 60 feet up. But otherwise, the big like cold metal dark iron doors are unmoved. So there is a crowd of people outside, but none of them seem so determined to try and break in. It looks like a fairly fortress-like cathedral church.
Would I know from the fact that I was a part of this organization in the past if there is a back door on the in the back?
No. You wouldn't know of one.
Gotcha. Okay.
That stained glass window we can swing into.
Well, you can see a couple of stained glass windows on either side of the door, but they're set way above. And yeah, about 60 feet up, both of them. And one of them's slightly smashed.
What about we rile the crowd and pick up a large object and get them to ram the doors in with this large stone or
You
whatever
want
we
to
can find?
start a riot in the temple?
Yes.
I mean, as far as I can see it, they've got a couple of options. We've got invisibility. One of us can, me and Marius can both climb. We can get up and through that broken window. Or we can try and get people to leave the door open and we can try and unlock it and get in that way.
Well,
Why don't we have
how
a
might do
look
what's
at
inside?
what's in store for us first? Sounds like you volunteered. And I'll tap Jacob's shoulder and send him invisible. Chop chop.
Right.
So what are you doing, Jacob?
Up the building and through in through the window.
The crack in the...
Oh, you said it was broken. It's just cracked.
Someone's thrown something through it, so there's like a hole like this big.
You can still
in
get
the
a
same
look.
window.
Climb up and have a look through the hole.
Okay. I'm not going to make you make a check because you're invisible and you've got climb speed, but it does take a little while. But yeah, you get up there and you can see as you go in, there's like a antechamber that you're looking into where the entrance is, and there's two stairwells that go up, but the door from the antechamber into the main like worshipping hall is also closed. You can see like some like ominous green glowing crystals that like gently light this gothic and nearly empty looking place of worship.
Okay. That's not scary. So not being able to see that, not seeing any signs of anybody inside, could I continue to climb up the side and see if there's a way in through the roof, at the roof level, like a rooftop terrace or a balcony or something?
You can. I'm going to say scaling this now will take another like 30 minutes in total. But you get onto the roof. It's really steep and angular. There are like there's like a vent in the steeple, but it's not so much a window. But it's wooden rather than metal.
Okay.
It's like got like 6 slits about this high, and with the steeple, you can't really see much in. But there's no balcony or
But there is.
entrance.
So it's like the wooden slats you see on the covering on the bell tower.
Yeah.
Could I attempt to break some of the slats so I can get in?
What do you have any tools to do that with?
I don't know. I don't know what you
Do
can.
you have a crowbar or something like that?
I would have had a crowbar. I don't know.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda, right?
No, I used to. I don't know if I had one when I came back as this Jack, obviously. I have a dagger. I have a bedroll. They're always useful.
Yeah, there's no fountains to plug up with your bedroll.
But bedroll is a universal tool in our game.
But yeah, dagger wouldn't give you enough leverage. You'd probably break the dagger before you displace the slats. A crowbar might work.
I don't have a crowbar listed in my kit because I didn't come back with one.
Or haven't bought a burglar's kit in the intervening months.
No, not been doing much burglarizing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, sure to leave that life behind, and there you go. No, one day you just need it. And...
Also, a lawful good person trying to break into a church. I don't know.
Which help. The motivation counts. Could I try something down here? I want to see if I can, using my affiliation and knowledge of the organization, could I try to lead a group prayer for the Raven Queen, for the people who are congregated down here, to like distract them from anything that might be happening to the temple?
Do you want to try and draw them away from the steps?
Just basically gather around here, my brothers and sisters, in these dark times, really, literally dark times.
Okay, it's going to take 2 checks. Number 1, to get the people over is a persuasion check.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Wait, can I help you? I'll just be like a crowd member that goes, "Oh yes, it's time for prayer. Oh yes, yes. Ooh."
Excellent role play. Yes, you can have advantage on the check there, Lucas. Persuasion.
Oh my god! I don't believe it. I got +7.
A
1 and a 2. Yeah. So with a 1 and a 2, you encourage, beg, plea, and unfortunately, you're
just me and Giselle are just like praying away from everybody else, and nobody's paying any attention.
Your religious remonstrations fall on deaf ears.
Okay, so that's my idea. You guys go.
Red, Mia, while all this is happening, any ideas?
You're on mute, both of you.
For the moment, I'm concentrating on invisibility for Jacob.
Okay.
Probably wait till he comes back before doing something else.
Mia?
I think like listening into what the people are saying and trying to get a read on if anyone knows anything else. Just really paying attention to the other people here.
Okay, you can make a perception check. Just tell me what the result is because I'm on a different screen.
25.
25. Nice. So rumors about Jamin Jahim persist. Where is he? What's he doing?
Mm-hmm.
Quite a lot of people are commenting on how weak the church is these days and how this never would have happened if Mamer Greyblight was still the Talon.
Do I know that name?
You do not. This being your first visit to Crystal Spear. But that's the name, Mamer Greyblight.
Okay. And I know that Jamin is.
Yeah, Jamin Jahim.
Mm-hmm.
What was your roll?
25.
With a 25. You hear Jamin. People aren't casting aspersions on Jamin Jahim, where is he? He's abandoned us. You hear one person say that if it's, the only reason Jack would abandon us is if it was important. It must be the Raven Queen's will.
Jack.
Sorry, said a what? Said what on who now?
Sorry, did you just say Jack?
He did, instead of Gemini.
I believe you misspoke.
I think you might have misspoke.
From that
Fair.
smile, that's not a
Fair.
misspoke. That's
like
less
to-
a breadcrumb and more a dough ball.
I'd like to get closer to that person and join in with whatever efforts they're doing, whether it's just standing and shouting, kind of to look like I'm on their side and go, sorry, did you say Jack?
Yeah. Well, Jackie, Jamin, JJ.
Are you friends?
Well, he's the Raven. He's our leader. He's our faith leader. He's not really our friend, but he's our inspiration.
JJ.
I just hadn't heard anyone refer to him so informally.
I mean, he rarely makes an appearance these days, but he's never shut the temple. I mean, he must be on an important mission. He's our hero.
When was the last time that you saw him?
Yesterday.
And was he well?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he wears the mask all the time, as all of the higher sect members do. You've got the Raven himself, but then you have the Talon, the Beak, the Claw, the Wing. We're not seeing most of those for a while either. Although we did see, we did see the Beak out here before.
Today?
Well, yeah, he was the one who shut up the temple.
What's his name?
His name is Oh, I've got it. I just moved it. Hold up. Oh, where is? I'm sorry. I've chopped up my notes a little bit. Hold on. I think I accidentally deleted it. Whoops. Bear with me 1 second. Okay. Hold on. His name, thank you for your patience, is Vlovar. Vlovar Norsk is his name. Bear with me.
He shut up the temple, and then where did he go?
Inside. He needs to come out. He's the preacher. That's what the beak is for. We need leadership.
Of course. Of course. How many other people call him Jack?
Oh. Only people who've been coming many, many years. I assume his family. Jamin is so formal, don't you think?
Sure. Sure.
I wouldn't call him Jack to his face unless he invites you to, though.
What's your name?
Oh, you're really helping me out now.
I didn't mean to.
Help him out now, we can see that.
My name is Dwight.
Do you sell paper?
Dwight.
Mm-hmm.
I'm Mia.
Nice to meet you, Mia. I've not seen you at this congregation before, and your outfit is in kind of opposition to most of the other clergy. You're clearly religious. So whose God do you follow?
I follow Mistra, and that's true. This is not where I would worship her, but the whole city seems godless. And there's no temple to Mistra here, so if I can help people get back in touch with their god, then I'll feel like I've helped.
If there's anything that the Raven Queen has taught us, is that darkness does not necessarily mean evil. And I would bid you to hold your tongue before you throw around accusations of godlessness.
I only meant that you're seeking your god. The leader of your temple won't come out. That's all I meant.
We are leaderless. We are not godless.
I'll nod and just absorb back into the crowd, having apparently fucked up.
Fuck you, Dwight.
What an asshole.
If Giselle heard
Fucking
this
Dwight.
conversation, she would like to start chanting, "Bring out the beak! Bring out the beak!"
All right. You can make a performance check. We'll see how inspiring this chat is.
What about persuasion?
No,
No? All right, okay.
you're doing a chant. It's a performance.
Oh,
Oh.
Oh,
If only someone would have
leave the
helped you,
beak in!
It just sounds wrong.
She sits down on the steps and says, "Well, that was that."
Yeah, Marius,
Hey.
you witnessed firsthand Giselle come up with a great idea and immediately no one take her on and give up very quickly.
hey, I feel like we've got something in common there. But great try. Great try.
Well, it was like your prayer. I tried.
Well, we gotta get in there somehow, and I'm starting to get impatient. I can get these doors blown out, but I feel like it's our last resort. Let's get back to Red and wait for
Jacob.
wait for Jacob. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
you
it.
can all coincide at this point, kind of round the corner from the church.
Oh.
Was yeah.
Did you say
Jack?
Jack?
They refer to him as Jack.
Jack.
He was last seen yesterday, before we had a dream about, you know. And
Red, what the fuck?
I think maybe he came to us because of our relationship with our God. Maybe.
You were able to commune okay with your god Mistra earlier today, right?
Huh?
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
I cast spells and everything was fine. My connection seems fine, but the weave is strained almost. The stuff kind of pushing against it, like it's trying to hold something back. I saw it briefly this morning after communing with Mistra.
Right, I think we need to get Ruby and some incense.
Mia, when we were discussing before we came here, when we were discussing what had happened during our 10 day, the last 10 day when we were all split up, you mentioned the combination of blood magic and nethermancy to change the weave. Is that what you think's happening? Is it a big scheme? Is it part of this big scheme that's going on?
It could be. It seems like too much of a coincidence for this. The stretching and bending of the weave and the talk of Hemacraft.
Why couldn't it be origami? Why did it have to be something horrible?
Would I have any idea what Nevermancy is?
I'm going to not make you roll because it's such a secretive and yeah. I mean, one secret school of magic or forbidden school of magic would be enough for any wizard in most cases.
That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Well, did you find a way in?
None that I could risk. There is the broken glass up there. There is also there's a shutter covering part of the steeple, but I feared I would make too much noise or attract the wrong sort of attention trying to force them. If we're going to get in, we'd be better going through unlocking it from the front. Waiting for people to disperse maybe.
Well, we tried that, and
Oh, was that what you were doing?
we were very hard trying with this young miss here. Unfortunately, they are too freaked out about what's happening.
Well, I think we can find a way in there if we have to, one way or the other. But before we do, I really want to try my best to consecrate this place. Maybe we can just whip around close by and see if there's any jewels for sale or
shopping mission.
Yeah. Without making a whole shopping mission out of it, do we think we might be able to find what we need nearby?
You would know that there are some nice jewelers in the Overcroft, which are just over the cliff.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh God.
Okay. Just don't do anything too brash. I'll be right back. And to make it expedient, I will get into a bit of a hiding place somewhere I can turn invisible without too much trouble, and I'll use the eagle whistle to fly down, which will hopefully be quite quick.
Yeah, gives you like a minute of flight or something, was it?
Yeah, it's like related to your constitution, and it basically gives me personally 15 rounds of flight per use, and it's got 3 uses. It's like a minute and a half each use.
Yeah, you could get over the cliff and down, gently manage your descent. Yeah, it would cost you 1 use to get down, but probably 2 uses to get back up.
Okay.
Yeah. So quick nip to the jewelers.
To the shop, yeah.
Okay, bear with me 1 second.
So maybe you can just set yourself up somewhere on the side of the road and start grinding.
Yeah.
So we save some
True.
time. This must be looking so weird to people around here.
Ruby.
In a little mortar and pestle or something.
You find, Red, coincidentally in the Overcroft, a kind of like a wedding specialist where they do the rings and the jewels and the dresses and everything.
God, they must be busy.
Yeah, the shop is called the Serene Vow.
Wait.
On the fly creation there.
No, I've planned all of the wedding shops in my campaign world.
Oh, you might.
So I would like to, being that I'm disguised anyway, and I'm suitably fashionably dressed, and there's a wedding in town, I'll spin some yarn about visiting for a most important wedding and how I'd love to stand out and be popular amongst the crowd, and a ruby and some fine incense would be just the perfect thing, and with a friend's cantrip while I'm at it. That's my strategy.
Save against friends.
No, with friends it's the cantrip where you get advantage on your charisma checks.
Okay, very good.
But they'll realise afterwards.
When you walk into the Serene Vow and you make this request, you do so of a man in a 3-piece suit with a small waistcoat and a cravat. It's Tim Curry from Home Alone 2 with the like shit-eating grin. Hello. We don't get many requests for rubies.
Oh, this is a very specific taste of mine. I hope you understand. It'll go with my outfit, and I'll embellish a bit on the tailor knowledge, and I'll admit my selfishness. I'd like to make somewhat of a name for myself at the wedding, important as it is.
I'm sure that we could put something together for you, even though we're having a bit of a strange day today. When do you need this particular piece by? When's the date?
Oh, immediately will only do.
Oh, shotgun wedding, is it?
Quite.
Make a persuasion check at advantage.
Okay.
Also, put that friend's cantrip in the chat as well. It's a funny one.
Yeah, he's gonna... I've got to get out of here quickly afterwards.
It's a great cantrip. I love it. Do it.
Persuasion, advantage. Hey, there we go. Just when you need it.
Do you know, we've had a request for quite a lot of red jewels over the past few months, given the event. Maybe it's, the colour has something to do with the lady's lineage, but for someone so charming, and I'm sure I could let one of them go. Which price were you willing to pay?
100 gold, I feel like, would be a appropriate gift.
100 gold? I couldn't possibly accept more than 50 from a specimen such as you.
Oh, perfect. Oh, charming. Pay him the 50 gold.
Would you like it gift wrapped?
No, I'll just take it.
I'll have it grinded, please.
In a rush.
He puts it in a little box, and he gives it to you, and he just takes the 50 gold pieces like gleefully.
Can I, if I'm not overstepping my mark, as he bends down to like count the money and I take the ruby, can I turn invisible and with the whistle of the eagle whistle swoop out of the shop, swiping up some incense off a counter on the side?
Oh, incense from here. I mean, it's not impossible to find. I'm going to have you to make, because you want to do it quickly as well. I'm going to make you make an investigation check at disadvantage.
Okay.
Just see what you get.
Investigation.
It's going to be a DC 13 investigation check at disadvantage.
Oh yeah.
Hey, yeah, there happened to be a freshly lit pot. Like on the counter, like bends down.
Yeah, that'll do it. We'll get out of here before he wises up. He's gonna be pissed off anyway, so I'll just shoplift those. Yeah,
when the whistle goes off, he like kind of like this. The smile like drops from his face, and he looks up. Hey, wait! I've just been swindled. So yeah, you fly out, 2 more blasts on the whistle, and in a matter of what might be less than 15 minutes, you come back to the rest of them on Raven's Bluff, just above, with 100 gold piece worth of ruby that you got cheap, and some incense that you got even cheaper.
Okay, I'll land back visible, and I'll start like taking off the makeup and everything, because now that disguise has become suspect, you know. So, and here's the ruby. Hand it to Mia.
Oh.
Add it to my kit.
Grinder.
And the other one that I've got as well, yeah.
Okay, so to turn the ruby into dust, I think you need usually it's done over a long rest, but I'd give you a short rest, an hour, to be able to do it. I mean, that's generous, I think.
Yeah.
But we don't look suspicious while doing this. If we're at the bluff's edge, could Jacob like get out a pad, some paper and start sketching the view from the Raven's Edge?
If you have some paper and charcoal or artist, calligraphy tools or something like that.
Do.
Yeah,
that's fine. I have. And wood carving tools. Just no crowbars.
Okay. Can I make me a performance check?
Oh, sorry.
No, they went into the void.
Oh, that's right.
See,
that was such a good item.
One set didn't. That's a good point. One set was in my chest on the ship.
So that's in the museum now.
Yeah.
Just make me a performance check if you would, Jacob.
Oh. Oh.
So you paint Crystal Spear by day, at night.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's actually quite a nice, if a little bit dark and foreboding piece. Okay. Anything else? With a short rest, does anybody else want to do anything in particular?
No, I tried to convince the crowd. It would be nice to get them out of here, but like they're, I'm not gonna. I've already tried something with them, so I could scare them all, but that just might bring a lot more attention to us.
You are just down the road from the Citadel of the Red Knight.
That also is is a consideration.
Yeah. Just make me. Just roll me d20. Odds or evens is the only thing I'm after here. I will tell you that evens will be the good thing and odds will be the bad thing.
Okay, evens. Let's do it. Yeah, it's even.
Yay. Then over the course of the short rest, the crowd is reduced in size as people give up and deign to come back tomorrow. There are only 2 or 3 stragglers who kind of wander through, kind of curiously over there.
Why is she grinding gemstones on the side of the road? Cool.
I bet Dwight stays, doesn't he?
Yeah, Dwight
is there.
Mm-hmm. Dwight's faith is unwavering, and he's making a point of staying all day.
Yeah, and he'll make everybody feel bad that's leaving, I'm sure.
Yeah, well, if you'd have stayed here the whole time, then you would have seen when they blew the doors off.
Could I, if we've got a short rest there, maybe I could just cast a spell and finish off those last few.
Yeah, get your money's
checking
worth.
on suggestion, which I can cast at 5th level. Does that get extra people at higher level? Actually, I don't think it does.
No, I think it's a mass suggestion.
Mass suggestion's a different spell, isn't it?
Yeah, so this one's just like a one thing, but it might help anyway. I'll cast a suggestion on one of the people that's left, and just kind of
on Dwight.
Yeah, sure. We'll do it on Dwight, and suggest to him that we'll leave this place of it's depressing. It'd be better to just go home, and there's only a few stragglers around. Surely everyone should go back and meet the family and see if that can kind of convince him and whoever's
is suggestion left. One of those that's like just a reasonable course of action, or is it like a specific phrase?
Reasonable course.
Sentence or 2. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, sentence or 2 as long as it sounds reasonable. Yeah.
Yeah, when you make the suggestion, Dwight, he goes, "Yeah, there's only a few stragglers around. I'll be better off going home until tomorrow." And then when he leaves, as kind of one of the more kind of influential members of the flock, a few other people go, and it's, over the course of the end of the short rest, you realise you're pretty much alone.
Nice.
Now.
Sweet. Does the keep that's just around the corner have any guard posts that have an overview of where we are? Just looking at the map.
What do you mean, like a map?
No. Do they have guard posts from overlooking where? Because we're here, right?
Yeah, they do, but it's this side of the keep's usually like totally locked down. So there are guards there, and yeah, you're not far away from them.
Yeah, just something to keep in mind. I know it's like dark and stuff, but so that helps.
Okay, at the end of your short rest, Mia, you've got that ruby dust.
And with the short rest, since we'll all end the rest together, and I can see all of you, you get the 10 hit points, which is 12.
Sweet.
All of you guys.
That is pretty great. to my squishy wizard's hit points.
I will decant the fuck ton of ruby dust into something and give it to Red.
Okay.
I think your jeweler's kit might come with like beakers. You got like a big beaker of ruby dust.
Cool. Yeah.
With that, then I'll set about trying my best at the new ritual that I've learned.
Mm-hmm.
Forbiddance.
And you are. Do you want to just? Yeah, there you go. You're casting it on this level, so on Raven's Bluff, Woodclaw Green, Fell Dragon Keep, and the Citadel of the Red Knight.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
We didn't want to go up to the top. It was too difficult to get up to the top.
Well, we could.
We just decided, I think, that it wasn't going to cover as much area as we thought.
It's only an acre, right? Yeah.
And being that this is the most obvious site, might not be the only one, but the site of this dodgy grave openings.
Yep.
It's as good a place as any, that's my thought.
Spell damages types of creatures that you choose when you cast it. So, what are you choosing?
Let's put everything other than celestials, just for the sake of it. We're really going for undead, but do you know what? If any Fey or Fiends show up, we'll leave elementals. Fey or Fiends can.
Fey aren't necessarily
Hold on.
evil either, right?
So the damage.
Oh my god.
5d10. It's already done it, hasn't it? 24 radiant
I
damage.
clicked the cast. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Giselle, take 24 radiant damage. As a
Oh
Fey
shit! Yeah, you're
creature.
still Fey, aren't you? I don't think Red knows that though.
You can
No.
Just gave me 10
you can designate a password, right? And then tell her what the password is when you.
Oh,
see her
of course. Yeah. No, you're right.
Well, yeah, but then we did say Red didn't know that she was a Fey.
No.
He's gonna know now.
Olla's gonna know after she arrives in pain.
Well, if I designate the password, creature that speaks the password as it enters the area, so you'll know the password. And if you say the password when you enter the area or start your turn there, then you would take no damage, but you wouldn't know that, so it would still happen.
Yeah.
Because it's like every turn, right? So yeah, you'd still take the first one.
Yeah. Because I'd obviously tell you the password and then
But she's like,
He's
What is the
trying to
password?
kill me.
what is the password,
Are
Red?
you undead?
No, I'm Faye.
Oh.
I'm actually Giselle.
What is the password?
Mendrion.
Nice.
Nice.
I was going to say Crimson Jack, and then I thought that's just opening a bucket of worms. And I'll cast Healing for Giselle. It's supposed to do a whole bunch of them at once, which it didn't do.
So is it for Fey, Fiends, and Undead?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh my god.
19 healing to Giselle. Sorry about that.
Ooh. That's okay. What was the password?
Mendrion.
Mendrion.
That is Red's patron.
That is an insane spell. So for the whole day, every 6 seconds, every undead in the 40,000 square feet around us takes damage. For every 6 seconds.
Yeah, so
That's gonna make something fly out of that temple. I mean, I'm ready for it. Like,
If there's any undead around here, it's gonna like light up.
they're gonna fucking start screaming as fuck.
you don't notice an immediate reaction in the vicinity, but I guess those of you with like arcane sensibilities would kind of like feel this like radiant aura just kind of bathe everywhere, even in this like shadowed day. It's the graveyard and the temple seem to be kind of almost have this like glimmer, this glamour weave effect on them, just almost imperceptibly to a non-spellcaster.
Oh shit! Did you see the part where it says to a height of 30 feet above the floor? So you'd have to designate this level that you've casted on as the floor, right?
Well, that's the thing. Is it like a floor here and then it goes across like that, or is it just the actual floor? You know what I mean?
It's just 30 feet up from the floor, I think.
From wherever the floor is.
Yeah.
I imagine it is like it casts all that ruby powder all over and it rests on the ground and consecrates it. That's how I imagined it.
Yeah. Cool. So, what are you doing now?
Detect magic eyes back up. Worked, I did
There's
it.
just abjuration magic everywhere.
Just you blinded. Holy shit!
Yeah.
All right, let's take a
Sigh of
look
relief.
at that door, shall we? And let's go have a look. Is there like a lock that?
Yeah, there's a big wrought iron lock.
Anyone can do something about that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get. Yeah, sure. Small chance of me turning to stone, but yeah, why not?
Turn into stone.
It's always a small chance turning into a stone.
It happened the last time. He's got PTSD over it happening again.
Oh, and then yeah.
Yeah,
Pulls
if you
out
want to try and pick the door. Like I say, there are guards fairly close by, but I'm going to make you make a stealth check to see if you can do this unnoticed. Assuming that's what you would try and do.
Yes.
Yeah. You can do this inconspicuously, even in what isn't really broad daylight.
Cool. So, Steve's cool check. 21.
It's just enough. You kind of drop a heavy pin out of the lock and then twist, and it just needs like quite a lot of strength to like push open the door, but you push open enough that your relatively slender party can slip through.
Oh, I felt a bit odd. Took more effort than normal. Strange.
All right.
Okay, I'll take you there now. Welcome to the House of the Ascension.
Fun. Welcome to the House of
The House of
Fun.
who now?
The House of the Ascension,
Ooh.
or the House of Ascension. It is serenely quiet. You see this like tall Gothic building that is lit by enchanted green crystals. Mia, I would like you to now, because you got jeweler's proficiency. Could you just make a perception or arcana check at advantage?
Yeah. 14.
14 is just enough to recognize that these stones are mirrorlight.
Ooh.
Oh, my old friends.
Oh no.
Just all green in color instead of pink.
Okay.
They're like kryptonite.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I ran out of mirror light for my fist. Interesting.
Can we all get radiation poisoning off mirror light as well?
Can I have a look around at the kind of symbols and iconography and everything that's around?
Sure can. The statuesque figures carved in stone around this temple are all kind of looking down, hands together, and kind of cloaked figures, kind of like in worship, in deference, and it's a very peaceful place, peace and quiet. There are obviously there's like a mosaic on the inside of the entranceway of a group of ravens, and the kind of black and purple and green colorations inside are all very muted. Cold stone, raw iron. And
Nothing
when you
flashy.
nothing too flashy at all, no.
Sorry, you finished your sentence from before.
The doors on the inside here are also locked, so I don't really want to describe too much more.
Okay.
Right, well, we're in.
Should we keep going?
Absolutely. Start sneaking forward, trying to pay attention to anything that I might remember from the last time I've been here years ago. Any changes? I mean, I think these crystals are new, right? Is that something I would remember, right? Or it's new?
They are new, yeah.
Okay, so I'm just on the lookout for any other changes and slowly making my way forward.
Oh, the inside door, as I said, is locked.
Ooh. All right. Okay, I missed that. Sorry.
Mm.
Mr. Burglar.
Oh, such a. Yes, sure. Not
Just
the
as-
term I would use. Reformed burglar, maybe.
As Jacob's approaching, I've still got detect magic concentrating on, so can I just have a look at the door?
There is no magic on the door in particular, although the mirror light is giving weird vibes.
Mm-hmm.
So, Jacob, our lawful good burglar, are you going to try and break in?
If the team suggests it, yep. Head over. Is there a keyhole?
There is.
Then yep.
Just as you reach to it, the door opens.
Go.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I opened the door.
Well done. I didn't even see you do anything.
On the other side of the door is a black cloaked figure.
Ah,
Beak, beak, beak.
Who are you? What is your business here? The church doors were locked.
We were concerned for your safety or the safety of people around.
Make a persuasion check or a deception check, rather, probably. I don't know. Whatever you think is most appropriate.
Yeah, I'm trying to be pretty, I'm not elaborating, but we're worried about this guy. We don't necessarily think he's combative. Try it. 27.
It's kind of you to cross the threshold with my welfare at your concerns, but I'm afraid there's been much disruption this night. Come in, stand away from the door. We don't want any more missiles coming through the window.
Have people been rioting,
Window.
pelting the windows?
There was some disturbance this morning. Sorry, I just moved you in as he invites you in.
Yeah.
Yes. In the absence of my faith leader, I've, without any answers to provide for my flock, I decided to lock the doors. I am the beak, Vlovar Norsk. You are not Red Knights, neither do you work for the keep. So, how can I help you?
Well, everyone seems suitably worried. Have you seen what's going on outside? In the empty graves?
Yes, when I arrived later than I usually do, the state of the chapel was concerning to me. I did my best to console members of the public who'd beat me here, but I could do little without answers myself. When I arrived here, unlocked the doors, Jamin was seemingly gone. His position sometimes means that he is privy to visions or experiences from the Raven Queen that I may not be. He usually passes me the messages to send on to the flock. But without his leadership, I fear I am lost. And I'm desperately short-handed without the rest of my sect. Who's got the highest passive insight?
I think it's Mia.
22.
It's one that Jacobs that can't do.
This person speaking to you from beneath a it almost kind of looks like a plague doctor mask. Their muffled voice seems to stifle more agitation than they're letting on. And he also is like clutching his shoulder kind of pensively.
In his next sort of pause, I will ask, have you been injured?
Some of the flock became somewhat overexcited and began to lash out. I couldn't quell their emotions, and I don't blame them because I couldn't provide them with answers either. You're a woman of faith yourself?
Yeah. Yes, I am. Did all of your flock look well and normal?
Yes. Obviously, some more tired and some more agitated than usual, but there was no illness that I could detect. I worry that without the rest of my sect here, especially the Raven himself, that I may not be able to reopen. The Talon's job was usually to protect the temple, but we haven't been able to replace the last one as they were murdered quite publicly some years ago.
The
No
Talon?
one has wanted to step up. Yes, the Talon.
Memher?
Mema, he is a talented warrior. We are training a new one, but they weren't due to be on duty today. What appearances they have made at the temple have been quite unpopular, as difficult as it is to come out from Mema Greyblight's shadow.
Why was Mema murdered publicly? By whom?
Oh. Many years ago, there were rumours of that our flock had been infiltrated by vampires. It was a vicious rumor as far as I could tell, but the Talon's murder was thought to be an uprising, either a commentary on them letting vampires into our flock, or an accusation that Maema Greyblight may have been one himself.
And the person.
Although I must say that vicious rumours. Maema was nothing but loyal as a Talon, and he did great work here in the early days at Crystal Spear.
And the person you're training now, who are they?
Paracelsus. She can be probably found at home. She lives in Netherwell. She's not been popular, but she's a capable warrior. She's an Aarakocra, and she carries the vision of the Raven Queen quite well, which is why I think Jamin thought she'd be an adequate replacement for Maema.
Jamin is missing, and you've not seen him?
I've been unable to communicate with him. I've not seen him. I'm intensely concerned. Do you think you could help me?
Maybe. We want to. Is there anyone else missing?
Hold on. One of my pages seems to be a bit faulty. Bear with me.
Sorry, I'm asking all the annoying questions tonight.
We're liking it. I'm thinking of a question. As I'm thinking of it, it's already coming out of your mouth. It's great.
Right, so the thing that the Google site that I've been using for this is just not. It just says site not found all the time. That's really weird.
Crimson Jack's got to it.
Yeah, the memory banks have been deleted.
Got to pay the tax.
Exactly. So you usually have the Raven, the Talon, the Beak. They're the main people of the sect.
Okay.
So we know that there is a Talon around. They're just not here. The Beak is here and is injured, and the Raven is not here. They do. They invite you. Vlovar invites you to have a look around. He's not been able to cover much ground or do much investigation on his own, especially with his injury and the fact that he's been attending to the safety of the building.
Could I offer, if everyone's going to have a look around, could I offer to have a look at his injury for him, see if I can help?
Yeah. Make a medicine check. With a 26, there's a very familiar and bleak-looking wound.
I will help him then. Just really eating away all my. Yeah, goodbye. 6th level spell slot. I will cast Greater Restoration on him.
Well, just make sure you remove the components.
I've done it.
Yeah. He, as you kind of sit with him and offer to tend his wounds, you cast this spell, and he, you feel the kind of white warmth return to his skin as he touches you. He doesn't take his mask off, but you can feel behind that mask there's a warm smile. Thank you, my friend. You do me a great service. Your magics have made me feel instantly better. What's your name?
It's Mia, and I woke up feeling exactly the same way. But
Nice to meet you, it's Mia.
my name is Mia.
Ah, my apologies. As a woman of faith, what stock do you give to prophecies?
Honestly, it's not something that I came across that much in my faith until the last couple of years. I'd listen. I'm attentive.
You carry a scepter of Savrus.
Yes.
Savrus and my lady share a domain. The domain of fate.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes fate can be divined through prophecy. But I've a terrible feeling about a particular prophecy. A few nights ago, I saw a star fall from the sky and land just near the beach. It's like a meteorite or rock.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful. It left a trail of glitter across the night sky, as if a raven's teardrop had fallen from the heavens. However, I fear it was a bad omen. Look, and rather than make people do an investigation check for this, because you cast a 5th level spell, he's forthcoming. 6th level spell, sorry. Jesus Christ. He gives you a book, or opens a book, which shows a falling star falling in front of a mountain. When the stars fall from the sky, a window shall utter forth an age of hunger. A widow shall usher forth an age of hunger and a shift in power.
Wow.
Well.
Do you
Age
give
of hunger.
Do you give much weight to this, or is it just a coincidence? What does your faith in Savrus tell you?
Not actually a cleric of Savrus.
You wield a scepter.
I do. I encountered him and I was blessed with his scepter. I freed him from it. But I'm a cleric of Mistra.
You've released a god? You met a god? My God, he literally drops to his knees.
Please don't do that. Mistra's symbol is a star. A good while ago, some stars fell from the sky and they blessed some people that I know. I've never known a falling star to be a bad omen, but I understand why you do. And it does seem rather too much to be a coincidence, doesn't it?
It just, ever since that it happened, we've had this horrible night of mist and fog and exhumed graves and now a missing raven. I'm just not sure I can hold on to as much optimism as you can.
You know the widow that's referred to, or the widow that we're both attaching to this prophecy, don't you?
No, that's one of the things I couldn't figure out.
The new wife,
The
or
wedding?
wife to be.
She's a widow.
Yeah.
My, that's unusual. Although, maybe not for an elf, I'm not sure. They live so long.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. This is all too much. I'm afraid I need to sit down. He gets to his knees and slumps back into a chair and just kind of. You see now he takes his mask off and he's sweating. You see this man in his early 50s with dark curly grey hair, kind of a goatee that's also got unkempt stubble all around.
Mm-hmm.
He kind of looks. He doesn't look too bad following the Great Restoration spell, physically, but emotionally, he's clearly having a crisis of faith.
I'll sit with him and offer out a hand for him to hold if he wants one.
He takes your hand and you feel it shake. What are the rest of you doing in this time?
Thinking about contacting Mendrion.
Placing a collect call?
Kind of. I guess it'd probably involve Vlovar here. And take his other side and comfort him and cast guidance on him to kind of bolster his strength and his faith. Well, firstly, I'll ask him, are you... Give my forthrightness, I'm sure you're a very devout and able cleric. Do you commune with your god?
The Raven Queen's writings discourage communion. Fate is something that is meant to be something that we receive rather than ask for, hence our reliance on prophecies. We listen when we are told, but we do not ask.
In my faith, it's taught that the light of Lathander should be exercised to illuminate the truth. And we're encouraged to ask questions of our God. If it wouldn't be an affront to your faith, perhaps you could join me in asking some questions. Perhaps I could find out some more for you and shed some light on this prophecy of yours.
I'll give you a persuasion check at advantage.
$20.
You get he takes a second and he kind of mops his brow and he puts his mask back on. And the pause means that you get the impression that it usually would be an affront. However, given the crises that he's undergoing, he sees the merit in your words and heeds your advice to join him in asking questions. How would you like to do this?
My patron is a celestial, and he doesn't know everything, but he's imparted a great deal of knowledge to me, and shown me prophecies that come to me in my dreams. That's what led me to follow the faith that I do. And his answers are simple. But if there's something you feel to ask of a higher being, then I can speak with him on your behalf. Or if, to everyone else, if anyone can think of anything to ask.
DM, could I have, whilst he was busy with Mir before and whatnot, recast my disguise self in, secret? Just so, because I think he might be able to recognize me, so I just want to make sure it's still active. And I'll say, when you asked about what other questions, I'd say like, well, I'm not sure about asking the gods, but I would ask you that I've been to your temple before in the past, and I've never seen these crystals here before. And you,
just to be clear, you've recast disguise self, so you're not recognized.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, they're a relatively new endorsement. They keep the temple illuminated without the need to reset torches, and they have no chance of catching fire. They were a gift, a personal gift from Menelambir to Jamin himself.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I'll go investigate them somewhere on the side. This seems weird. Like he got a bunch of lamps in form of crystals. I want to see if I can move. We can do that later. Deal with that later after what John's doing. But I'll probably just move somewhere off, out of sight and do Arcana investigation on this or whatever.
Alright.
Yeah, just roll it for me. I'll deal with it quick before I forget.
No worries. Sorry, John.
No,
All right. With a 32, this mirror light seems to be giving off a magic that suppresses divine influence.
Oh, fuck. Okay. I am knowing this. I want to see what happens when he tries his communion here.
John?
Okay, well, I guess I was asking that just for brevity, basically the spell is going to allow me to ask my patron up to 5 questions, and the answers are typically one-word answers, like with commune. So, anyone's got any ideas? And that's also, I was asking Vlovar as well, specifically, if he had a question.
Vlovar would want to know urgently whether Jamin intended to return, or has he abandoned the church? Any other questions?
Help me out, guys. What specifically? You already asked about it being Lucretia that was the cause of the darkened sky, didn't you? And it wasn't. Is that right?
Yeah. Like I asked whether she did it,
Right.
but I didn't ask if it was like as a result of her.
Yeah, okay. I'll ask about the widow in the prophecy.
Maybe something like has the prophecy linked to the rising dead or something? Because it doesn't specifically. It just feels like we have two somewhat disjointed things. But they probably just look like that the surface. But like if Lucretia hasn't done the darkness or directly hasn't done it, right? Then and she's definitely a part of the prophecy. So there's prophecy and Lucretia. And then there's the dead rising and the darkness. And they seem to be like two separate things almost.
Unless Maymay Greyblight was a vampire under Lucretia, and it's like revenge.
Could just ask him straight up if he was a vampire.
Connected to Lucretia.
Trying.
I want to know if that creature, what do we call it? How do we refer to it? You know, the vile creature, the vile undead,
The Nosferatu thing?
The Nosferatu type creature, yeah. I want to find out if that's in league with Lucretia.
Did she send whatever came after us last night? Maybe that's the question.
Yeah.
I'd say it came after you, not us.
Well, I think, you know, it was obviously a little bit of plot to get me in the adventure, but it seemed like they came after you. I was just walking past.
I think they came after you.
Completely by accident. I just completely by accident was walking past.
Is it
definitely after you?
If they're after you, then is Lucretia trying to cut off loose ends?
Well, that's a rude way to refer to your, friend.
An ex-boyfriend.
Plays D&D with you.
Is it worth? You might have enough questions. I just wonder if it's worth asking Mendrian if they think that we need to act tonight.
Yeah.
Can't be too hard.
It's like, Mendrian, can we have a long rest?
But we also
That's really what I mean. It just seems like things have escalated from like la 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 la, okay, and now Jesus Christ, it's all gone to shit.
They have
Already. We just dealt with one pile of shit.
Honestly, my hunch tells me, player hunch tells me that we don't have to spend too much time on it because it's not going to work here.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
But we might as well just see what happens.
Yeah, well, we've got the questions written down.
Why in a temple would there be mirror light that suppresses divine work?
Because they don't want interference from the divine, because they want to take over.
Because that would have probably stopped what they did outside with the dead bodies and all that shit.
Do we know any of this? Are we clued into any of this? Like, character?
Marius, with that 32 Arcana check, has an idea of what the crystals do.
Yeah. Do I? Okay, so can I rephrase this because I don't want to mess anything up. But to me, you said suppresses. not like violently suppresses or like could be a danger to a person trying to do this, or if I feel like it might be.
They don't seem like they're gonna have. They're not volatile.
Okay, yeah. So I just want to see what happens, because that will just confirm what I.
So you keep it to yourself, specifically knowing that I'm going to try and commune with a divine spell. Fair enough. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, if DM told me that, yeah,
It's an
I think
experiment.
it's an experiment. It's a scientific
Yeah,
experiment,
yeah.
and Marius
That's fair enough.
is a scientist.
Marius is a dick.
So before I cast this, I know I usually cast Intellect Fortress, because this can, I'll explain this can break my mind going through this experience. It's not easy to project myself to a celestial plane and to speak with Mendrion. He's like,
Now I feel bad.
he's
I don't know this.
he's not just like a guy, a solar is like, it's weird. It's really weird. And sometimes it freaks me out. So there's a slight chance that I come back gibbering and insane. And if that happens, just
how do we tell?
Try to help me, and turn to Vlovar like, if you can.
Start grinding more diamonds.
And if not, then I'll just need to sleep it off.
Alright, okay.
But I'll cast Intellect Fortress first, which I can cast 2 additional targets because I'm using the 5th level slot. So I will cast it on Mir and Vlovar.
Mm-hmm.
As we're sort of involved in this. That's 1 spell slot. And then the next one is as a ritual. Just checking if that still uses my spell slot. I think it's still a spell slot, but it can only be a ritual as well. Hang on.
Rituals don't consume spell slots.
Shouldn't do then, should it? So
No.
As long as you can use rituals in your as your caster. There's some can't, I think.
yeah, it's like the main thing with the book. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Ritual.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'll put the description of that one up.
So describe the ritual to me very briefly, if you would, John.
So using it's a Book of Shadows mechanically, but think of it as more of like a radiant thing, it's like this. And read some passages from it and sort of mutter in celestial under a breath, going over like previous experiences and teachings and phrases that Mendrion's spoken to her in celestial in this weird language. She just mutters and kind of flicks through the pages, and eyes rolling back.
It's kind of like speaking in tongues almost.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You kind of engage in this like frenetic ritual, and as your eyes roll back, I'd like you to make the DC 15 intelligence saving throw at disadvantage.
Okay, well, with the spell I cast, will that even it out?
Yes, so it would be a straight roll.
So it's an intelligence save.
How smart is Red?
Oh god, what's your plus?
4.
Oh god. Yeah. Woof. That was close.
As you almost begin to convulse, and your nose starts bleeding. The spell slot is consumed. You take no damage, and the spell ends.
Didn't work.
You okay?
Yeah, just.
That confirms it.
confirms it.
Confirms what?
I had a brief look at these lighting fixtures they have put in here. This crystal has a very specific resonance in the arcane, but I wasn't sure until I saw you try contact your divinity. It's literally designed to suppress contact with divine sources.
Oh, I'm so glad I could illuminate that for you.
No worries.
Oh, that's gonna be a sarcastic response.
It almost vibrated when you were thrashing on the floor, and it was pretty fascinating.
Turn to Vlovar. You said that the teachings of the Raven Queen discourage the act of communion. Is that a recent teaching? Have you heard that from any teaching prior to Gemin's instruction?
Jamin insisted that communion with the Raven Queen was reserved for him, but I don't question his instructions, his teaching. He's a wise and learned scholar. And just what answers could I seek from the Raven Queen about my paltry existence? Surely. I'm sorry, he seems like unwilling to accept your supposition.
Yeah, I won't press him anymore, and I think he's given me my answer, but just with the kind of researcher trait, could I maybe recall if I've ever read about the religion of the Raven Queen? Is this like, does everyone get taught that, or is this BS?
I mean, I'll be happy to help you with the role, because I mean,
you maybe know in a way.
Yeah. So you can have it at advantage.
History, religion.
Yeah, either of those.
History, religion.
Oh. 27. You're fairly confident you've never heard such an edict proclaimed from the House of Ascension.
Bit convenient.
You're absolutely correct there, Red. And he brought those crystals in, and he's the one behind Don't Speak God law. We have to find him. He's our
Firstly,
next clue.
those crystals. Just destroy them. Dispel them. Restore the Raven Queen to this temple.
Well, I will let you consider your next move and whether you want to explore more of this temple in the intervening time between now and our next session, because it's gotten quite late.
Yeah.
Thanks for the bit extra.
Very intriguing, very interesting ending to this. And I think more mysteries await.
All right. Thank you for joining in, guys. We will see you next Wednesday.
Next time.
Bye.